찰리 컨스피러시.
imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice tumbling down the rabbit hole.
You can say that.
I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to wake up. Ironically, this is not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I know exactly what you mean. Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. There's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter. Try to forget it. It is this feeling that has brought you here. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Matrix. Matrix.
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room, you can see it when you look out your window, or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
What truth?
That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice tumbling down the rabbit hole. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back.
There's a whole bunch of stories that have to be dug into, rethought, reconsidered, and in some cases completely discarded.
As modern Americans, we've been spoon-fed this dumbed-down, cartoonish, simplified version of history. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. Everything that we have been taught is part of a self-serving narrative written by the people who will say and do anything to keep us on a leash. Now, this version of history, some big-name corrupt families like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and their many associates are credited over and over and over again with propelling human development. Throughout the late 18 and early 1900s, almost every major American city was burnt to the ground. What if we really are quite literally living atop the ashes of an advanced civilization that's been hidden from us for our entire lives?
From every corner of the earth sits glorious architecture, magnificent structures that allegedly have no connection, yet very similar designs. This style of architecture, riddled with elegance and purpose, can be found in your neighborhood or in the middle of nowhere. And when you walk in, you are overwhelmed with a vibrant feeling of serenity, a feeling that modern-day architecture does not provide. The concept of a timeline that once existed, where structures were created with a completely different purpose. Yet, when we take a look back at who they told us built these structures, considering the timeline and the lack of technology, the story begins to crumble. And that story was taught to us all during a time when we were too young to question it. But when you shine an unbiased light upon the history books, you'll quickly uncover the lies of his story. But even before Rockefeller and his goons started the Board of Education, they already had our ancestors. And anyone who questioned their narrative would soon find themselves an unwilling resident of the original indoctrination camps. And where did they come from? Where did we all come from? If knowledge is truly power, then maintaining such power must rely on the absence of knowledge. Are you aware that every major city in America experienced a great fire? Candle fires that turn stone to dust, leaving behind a crime scene that resembles a war zone. Let's take a giant step back. Perform our own investigations. Question the history that was written by these victors. With a growing nationwide lack of trust for our leaders, it's time to discover the extent of the deceit and where the lie truly began.
What's being kept from us is huge. And you're talking earlier about the architecture. I really like to encourage people to do their research in their own communities, because you really do not have to go far to start chipping away at what they've told us and ask yourself a question: is this even possible? Is it possible that X building was built in the 1890s, and they're giving us timelines of like a year? It was built in a year. They want us to believe we didn't have the technology, that we were low tech, and yet we're building all of these amazing structures. This disparity between what the narrative says and what's actually there.
You have places, cities in America that look as though they were constructed in medieval Europe, when nothing was here and people showed up and just got started building, from what we're told. One would assume that they would build with the means that were available to them. Wood, nails if they were lucky. What we get is this narrative that people were showing up and really making do with what they had.
What we learn about in school is there was nothing here. This land was free for the taking. The only inhabitants were wild Indians, and we built everything here. Everything you see in this country, in North America, because we're talking about Canada too, was built by us. After we got here, nothing here. They had to change the narrative. They had to destroy the evidence. They had to come up with an explanation for who built this, why they built it, when they built it. And they had to do that for a lot of buildings.
We are told that during the 1800s, the consensus of North America was low, extremely low, too low to justify the infrastructure within the timelines they've provided, too low to have the experience or knowledge on crafting these glorious buildings.
They're the most exquisite buildings I've ever seen, And there was only a population of a few thousand people at that time. And then I'm looking and there's mud roads and wooden sidewalks. And then I'm looking at this building that is just, it could be out of Paris or Prague. It's not computing. And so I'm realizing there again, there's a whole bunch of stories that have to be dug into, rethought, reconsidered, and in some cases completely discarded.
We no longer build like that. How does that happen in a realistic timeline? Wouldn't you be progressing year after year to have incredible buildings? Today, we would be building massive pyramids, massive courthouses that last forever. Instead, we have the complete opposite. And they're very cheap. The tools have upgraded supposedly, yet our construction has gotten worse. It's completely backwards.
There's evidence of a worldwide culture that existed in the not too distant past, and the evidence is everywhere. It's an interesting thing because, like, I've spent a lot of my life looking into ancient history and traveling around the world searching into the past. And it isn't until recently that I realised that it's actually, I don't have to travel to Egypt or anywhere. It's all right there in Sydney and in London and in San Francisco, and it's all around the world. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. All you got to do is look at the civilization you're living in with the right type of eyes, and you're sort of looking around your city and you're going, well, hang on, what's this building doing here? And why is there a building just like that in the Philippines? Why is there one in Japan? Apparently Japan's borders were closed, weren't they? Why are we finding what we're told is Greco-Roman style architecture in every country on earth? Was it really Greco-Roman style, or is it evidence of a culture that existed, a worldwide culture that existed right around the world in the not too distant past?
If I took a picture of this building behind me and asked any of these people, where do they think this building is in the world? I guarantee you most of them would say Rome or Europe somewhere. But no, it's right here in San Francisco. We have buildings like this all over the country, and they want us to believe that they were built in the early 1900s or the late 1800s with horse and buggy. And there's just no way that's true. These buildings were built by the prior civilization, master builders, the old world order.
This is the architecture I'm talking about. You'll find this anywhere in New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, North America, South America, all over Europe. It doesn't matter where you are, this architecture is replicated. The weird thing is, they akin it to being all built around the 1870s to 1900 mark. So all of the world just shit out of nowhere at the same time. There was nothing before it. Does it make any sense?
I don't think antiquity is a long time ago. I think this civilization went just before us. You know, the Edwardians are supposed to be around the time of the First World War. So within grandparents' living memory, yet we know nothing about them. It's the control mechanism that covers it up with the education system. They got the news, they got the narrative, they got, you know, the mainstream to tell you how things are, but the reality is completely different. History goes to the victors, okay? Somebody invaded this place and took over it beautiful through jealousy, using trade routes, using the sea, and they took over this place. They covered all of this fine architecture with their iconography. So there's literally been a cover-up of history in more than one way.
If you look at Capitol buildings all over the earth, they look the same. They do. They've got columns, they've got domes. It was not random. And every story we're told in our historical narrative about how a place got started was some guy was the first settler there, bought some land, subdivided it, sold it, and pretty soon you have a city. But the whole narrative is based, especially in North America, that there wasn't anything there, and we built it all.
You could look at it, the whole building was a work of art. So there was obviously some pride that went behind that. It wasn't just about making money and throwing shit up as fast as you could. It was about building with a purpose, and that there was symbolism behind these things.
They built them to last. They built them with a certain level of artistry and attention to detail and customization. You see, now you'll go through a neighborhood and every home looks the same. This neighborhood, perfect example. But everything had its own identity, and it was steeped in customization and ornate attention to detail.
We don't get that now.
You don't get that now.
Even when you look at the beauty of the buildings from that Tartarian era, if people were actually paying for labour, and you had to get carpenters in there, no, you'd never build buildings like that if you're working by an hourly rate. You'd just be getting it functional. People used to build that stuff because they love to build, because beauty is actually a function. Beauty is actually a function of a creation. When you're living in a world of beauty, your soul expands, and it's expansive. You can create. You can become all that you can be. And if you can become all that you can be, you sure as hell don't need rulers. So that's why they don't want you to know about any of this sort of stuff. No, no, we're at the pinnacle of our civilization now. This is the best it gets. The best we've ever done. Look at the quality of these walls. Hey, fuck that Gothic shit. Look at this. You know? I mean, yeah.
When I was like 8 years old, I started researching the pyramids and stuff because no one knew how they were built, you know? So I started looking into ancient history. And as I said, I'd spent most of my life traveling around the world looking at all these ancient sites, and then suddenly you see this civilization that's right there under your nose. It's been there the whole time in all of our Western cities. They covered everything up. It wasn't just inserting the Dark Ages, they changed everything. So when we start even trying to piece it together through the history that they've given us, how do we know any of these places are even the names that we're told they are? How do we know any of these things? How do we know any of the history is true? Because it's not they just put it all together and just shuffle the deck and throw it out to a bunch of countries and name them whatever they want. So it's become extraordinarily difficult to try to trace it through any mainstream history records. All we've got to really go on is the architecture itself. It wasn't thousands of years ago, it was just hundreds of years ago. Even if you go down to South America and look at some of the temples down there, the edges on them, the beveling on them, this is only a few hundred years old. This is not old ancient structures. These are new walls. I've gone there and looked at them myself. You know, nothing is what they tell us. You know, everything is a lie. It's just how big the lie is. You know, and the bigger the lie is, the easier it is for people to believe it.
There's a lot of architecture in the world today on every continent of buildings that are much, much larger than you would think people of our height would build. And so I gave the example of the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. as being one of those buildings. The Basilica, the National Shrine at Catholic University in Washington is another example. A huge, huge building.
Look at the Texas state capitol. It's incredible. You've got these pillars around the whole area. It's kind of the same thing as the Vatican.
I do wonder about Iolani Palace. How old is it? And one thing to look at is it took them 2 years, from 1880 to 1882. How did they build that beautiful, beautiful building? Was that building here longer? Was it here before Captain Cook? There's no construction pictures and there's none of that stuff. So no power tools, horse and buggy. How is that even possible?
When you have St. John's Cathedral in New York City, that's not a style of cathedral. That's the real McCoy.
Could you imagine that being built today? I think that everybody would go crazy.
They have no legitimacy whatsoever, except to trick us and convince us that they do. And that's how they've managed to get away with this. So they could insert themselves in and set themselves up as overlords.
Stone building is not just something you can pick up and teach a convict in a matter of weeks, like we're told about Americas and Australia. Truly, that's how we're told these countries were built.
Just extremely sophisticated and technical engineering involved. And you know, there's so many questions that come to mind. How'd they do it? If they were our size, how could they even accomplish this with the technology we were told we had at the time?
You'll find many of the banks, post offices, government centers, especially 100 years ago, were facilitated in these large, glorious stone structures. So, number one, the rulers wanted the stronger, more durable, more imposing structures for themselves, that sends a message to the people you're ruling over. We're going to play a little game here with two alternatives, right? And you or I, whoever the person deciding between these two is, I'd like for you to pretend you're a world leader. You're not a good one. You're evil and you'd like to rule the people underneath your thumb. Or you're looking to maintain control over people. Bear with me and envision these two alternatives. In the first, we have the opinion, the theory, the teachings, the paradigm that man is nothing but a carnivorous monkey in outer space, floating on a rock for no reason, in the middle of nowhere by accident. And this all got kicked off 43 bajillion years ago on a Tuesday at 6 o'clock p.m. And they can determine this with their color star charts and moon dust and things like that. And going on to a long, vast existence of nothing, just surviving by instinct, on par with an animal. Justification for any morals, ethics, no real pursuit of true happiness, no pursuit of harmony and understanding here on the earth. And this is all what we're living today. There's no spiritual accountability. There's no understanding of beauty. Well, on the other alternative, on this side, we have a purposeful creation, a purposeful design to not only the human being, but the entire earth, the laws of nature. No theories, only laws ingrained into existence, woven into the fabric of reality by the designer, the creator, not in a linear sense, not, back then, this many years ago or that. It doesn't work that way. This is the fabric of what we live in. There is a value placed on beauty. Why? Because God has a beautiful creation. In order to return the favor, mankind has an impulse to create beautiful things. In recent times, this has been robbed from us, but nonetheless, it's in the soul of every human being to not only value a high emphasis on it, beauty, to seek it out, to place a high emphasis on it. This is how the ancients maintained their ways of life. Geometric, proportional laws of beauty.
There's never been anything like it in the whole world. It's right in our own hometown.
Grandpa, they'll never tear it down, will they?
Well, they'd better not.
Well, they didn't tear all of them down. Not that they put them up in the first place. The world's fairs showcase many of our ancient structures in their grandest form. Yet, we are sold the story that these are alleged temporary buildings, all being built in record-breaking time for the purpose of a worldly gathering, a gathering to showcase new technology, or perhaps just taking credit for the old. With so many lights on display, one would only assume that power plants and electrical resources such as wiring and even electricians were widely available. However, during this time period, that wasn't the case at all. Therefore, how were these vast areas in the late 1800s able to light the evening sky, like a modern-day theme park? Or was there a different method for harvesting energy? Now ask yourself, what part of these magnificent buildings look temporary? What part of these buildings look rushed? And most importantly, what part of these buildings look new? Or you can just believe these guys.
With these World's Fairs, it was all brand new. This is what they tell us. It was meant to be temporary, so they used plaster of Paris and wood and all these other structures. And if you look at the pictures, that's not what you see. You see these massive masonry structures that look like what you see in Europe. They had these in places like Chicago, Omaha, Portland, Seattle, Guatemala. They had them in Tasmania,
Georgia, Louisiana, Ohio, Canada.
each one of these fairs. Each one was built in 2 years or less. Each one was magically populated by millions of people that came from all over the realm to participate in this event.
They started with the Crystal Palace exposition in 1851. So what they tell us in 9 months, from the moment they conceived of it to when it was built, it was 9 months of getting it all together in this gigantic plate glass structure with fountains and trains and all the bells and whistles. Now, supposedly, they moved that entire structure to a different location in London in 1854, and that in the 1930s, that burned down. So you show pictures of this Crystal Palace structure, which is massive, and all the things that are there. We have to move that, no problem. Oops, it burned down, which is typically what happened to a lot of these World's Fair structures.
If you could erase it from history, people don't see it as a potential future. And I think that in itself is, for me, the moral of hiding history, about hiding the old world. It just doesn't make logical sense to me to build something so grand and then just destroy it.
Really, those was an excuse to take existing infrastructure, build some little bullshit around it, and then when you're finished with your so-called fair, it gives you an excuse to tear everything down and nobody questions you.
They might have built a couple of these buildings, and you can actually tell the buildings that they built because they look like dog shit. Now, we have buildings that can hold 10,000 people, huge, giant buildings that look like they were made for a larger race of people, where they say they built it in 2 years, 600 acres, which is, I think, something like 27 million square feet. It's absolutely insane, the amount of architecture they say they built in 2 years.
As an architect, and somebody who's been building my entire life, designing houses and buildings for 20 years or so, the time frames that they allow for just the planning, the idea that that could just be planned out in 2 years begs credulity.
They had these ornate buildings with all kind of moving sidewalks and crazy technology. They had ill things with so many lights, electricity, when electricity was supposed to be a new thing and all of that. They had shit that was like something out of a dream, bro.
Well, this is the expositions. They were fully electrified. You know, some of these examples, they're electrified before electric was a thing. You know, the first electrified city was supposed to be Buffalo. First electrified building was supposed to be J.P. Morgan's in New York, all attributed to Edison. But these things, you know, some of them 1890s, fully electric, and it would have been free energy. They didn't have massive plants to generate electricity.
The first one in America was in 1876, and that was the Centennial World's Fair in Philadelphia. The one in 1901 in Buffalo was a major one. The 1904 in St. Louis was Louisiana Purchase, and then the Lewis and Clark was in Portland the following year. If you define the word exposition, it's telling a story. It's setting the stage, the narration. So these World's Fairs were used as, this is the narrative that we want people to believe and go home with.
The World Fairs served to get people with the new program. They said, trains, incubator babies, this is the new norm. Fast forwarding people into the modern industrial age. Everyone's wearing the same beaver hats. Everyone's wearing the same three-piece suit. You know, it seemed like individuality had ceased to exist. The World's Fairs served the purpose of indoctrinating.
The World Columbian Exposition was one of the most superb. In Chicago, Illinois, formerly known as Chilaga, had some of the most beautiful stone masonry in the world. The area was nicknamed the White City, as each building was strategically painted bright white in an attempt to hide the inevitable aging of the structural entity. The mainstream narrative would lead you to believe that these megastructures were designed by the most educated and experienced architects. Right?
The architect, he didn't have any formal training.
What on earth would give you that idea?
Isn't that what the website said, right?
Your website.
Your website said that the architect of this building has no formal training.
That's,
Here.
I find that implausible.
This is your website.
We all do. That's why.
I'm not sure if there were even any schools of architecture back then.
How did they know how to do this then? That's what we're asking.
This is not built for dinosaurs, the Field Museum. It was built for something else. It's not to show off the fake dinosaur bones. It was for something else. When you walk inside, you can see the doors are much bigger than the size we are. It's nothing like what we build today.
The Museum of Science and Industry, which was the arts building, the fine arts building. And they make the argument that that was a temporary building like all the others, and the public liked it so much that they rallied to save it. So what they did is they went and rebuilt it out of granite and marble and copper and all the permanent materials that we see now. I think these are children's stories that they give us. I don't understand at all how serious-minded people can accept the story that says this building was built exactly as we see it now, but with temporary materials. And then because we liked it, it got rebuilt out of granite and marble and copper and glass. To me, that defies explanation and is much more of a fanciful tale. It was already there and was repurposed for a fair than the idea that the building was already there and was repurposed for a fair.
This one connects to the Shed Aquarium, I guarantee it. And it connects to a lot more buildings around this area. And it's not just here, it's in every single city in the world.
You know we on top of water.
We're on water.
We on water. So we on top of water. You go in the basement, you will hit the water, hit the wall, and then sometimes when it rains, because the sewer be flooded sometimes, the water come in the basement, flood the whole basement.
Oh my God.
Thoughts on that?
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Before we leave it, press them on that. What do you got on that?
Okay, so there's massive tunnel systems throughout all of these buildings everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So you're telling us right now that there's tunnels, basically. There's a basement here. This building is much bigger than we can see on the ground surface.
It's a basement. It's a basement here. When the war you hit, when you go in the basement, we do grounds. What we call our rounds called the ground level, and then we got upper level. Okay. So we go downstairs to certain hallways. You will hear water hitting the walls.
Wow. You have seen the tunnel systems underneath these buildings?
According to the information gathered from my grandfather, who got here in Chicago in 1969, well, before that, as far as for what we have here from the museum we're in now, from the Field Museum to the Shed Aquarium to Soldier Field, there are the pathways underneath that are all connected.
It's like if you go to McCormick Place, if you go, they got the little tunnels over there too, because they be flooding over there too.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's connected, you think?
Yeah. So this whole campus, the whole campus is connected. And it's tunnels. I was told there's tunnels, you know what I'm saying? It's like the tunnels along the lake that you can go down in, and then it leads you into like a little path. But you know, I heard that from somebody that he was working for 43 years.
Really?
Been here for 43 years. He been here for 43 years. He retired, I want to say like last week sometime.
Have you ever been in them?
No, sir. They won't allow access to the public.
Okay.
And then they only allow access to very, very few of their actual workers here.
So you think that dirt in that picture downstairs, you think the dirt is actually there and we put it there to cover up this building, to make it look like it's not as big as it really is?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I feel like we did though. I feel like he made the picture to fake like, I feel like the building was here already.
What do you tell your child when you're coming to a new location and they're asking you questions and you have no answers? You will start to create so that way you have a way to answer those questions, or your child will grow up with no answers and forever seeking. So
now we're here to give answers.
There you go.
When they say that these buildings were temporary, what they're basically suggesting is that it's a full-scale model. That is going to be occupied by thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming in and out of these fairs, where they're going to hold together through brutal winters, through hurricanes, through potential earthquakes, with hundreds and thousands of people occupying these spaces. The liability on that alone would have shut the whole endeavor down from the beginning. It wouldn't have been permitted. It's not the kind of thing that's permissible when you're talking about the building trades, when you're talking about a public facility where you're going to be bringing so many people.
Now, this takes a huge infrastructure, and it takes a huge amount of people to do something like this. When you see these ridiculous construction photos where it's like popsicle sticks, clear manipulation.
All right, so right here you can see they're doing They just put the scaffolding up, just like they've done in the past in the original pictures of the construction. Yeah, and they're doing it right now. How hard would it be to just make it black and white and then make it look like they're doing some construction right now? NASA's not the only company to fake a photo, guys.
With a lot of these old, glorious buildings, regardless of where they are, you'll find supposed, alleged construction photos. Now, many of these will show simply scaffolding around an already constructed building. If you take an old cathedral and put scaffolding around it, and you're the first person ever to have that cathedral photographed, well, you are ripe to make a case for yourself that you may have built that to begin with, whereas you might have just been renovating that cathedral, repainting it, fixing it, old, primitive photo manipulation techniques.
Wooden sidewalks and mud roads, you have to be able to bring all the stone and brick and glass and copper and all the component parts. You have to be able to bring that to the site. And so just the roads alone, like you can scratch and sniff any aspect of this and the story starts to crumble. But if you're printing these in books or you're presenting them like on maybe a TV documentary, let's say, and it's just an image that's going to come and go, and 99.9% of people looking at them are not even going to scratch their head. They're going to just say, well, there it is. There's the construction photo, and I don't need anything else, because why would I question that? That's absurd.
Also, you'll find good old-fashioned cut and pasted, someone with an X-Acto knife out in a early primitive darkroom slapping together photos that actually don't belong together to begin with.
This technology of its day was a sure way to make multiple images and combine them into one. There was no way the rewriters wouldn't need this for faking construction pictures. And no, it's not Photoshop, but the layering process is very similar. Victorian photography manipulation, using pencil markings and scraping techniques to draw, erase, and touch up any image desired. The easiest way to achieve your goals is to have a white background that you can remove later in the darkroom. Not uncommon for others to create trick photography and show off their masking and etching skills. For back then, this was the cutting edge of the start of this fraudulent society they've built.
They take an already completed building and they whitewash the skies. They call it vanilla skies.
They'll blotch out the sky and cut away from what they want to leave in the photo. They can cut away what was there and replace it with a gray or white vanilla colored sky.
Vanilla sky, where the background is cut out and you can see the crop marks, you can zoom in and see where the edge of the building there's a little bit of a blurry edge. The sky that would have been the background has been disappeared. It's like, well, why would they do that? If you see one construction photo that's off, where they've painted in scaffolding, or they've taken out backgrounds, you have to stop. Why did they go to the extent to do this? You have to ask that question. And if you see hundreds of photos that are done this way, you have to realize this was an industrial scale effort to create a narrative. Exquisite masonry buildings were built in 1 or 2 years. These take time. I mean, you put 1 or 2 years just into the planning. Well, before that, you have the engineering piece, you have the design. You're not just getting a bunch of artists and builders together and knocking these things out. There's architects involved, so there's the design. Then there's the engineering of it. All of this takes time. These buildings are years in the making. And especially when you're crafting every single corner of it, like what we're seeing every doorknob, every cornice over a window is celebrated. And this is why the architecture is so beautiful. It's an architecture of celebration.
You have to ask yourself this. Why is there such a lack of construction photos from the inside of the buildings? The outside's incredible, but the inside is built like a palace. There's such a lack of photos from the inside of these buildings, and they're incredible. When you had the Kleksinski building in Chicago that took 14 years, and then you come back and you look at the one before that, the Federal building, built in 7 years. How is that possible? They're not going to be able to bring these things all the way up to the top, get these people that have no training, and actually create this amazing thing that lasts forever. In a timeline where they tell you they were riding around on horses and wagons, where this should not be accepted. It's just not going to happen in the amount of time that they're telling us.
We know people cook the books in other areas. We know people have manipulated photos for the sake of deceiving people, just like NASA does. This isn't a new thing. It's an old thing, but it's still being done today. You find photo manipulation. Now, CGI, the techniques have developed substantially. But back then, they thought they were at the cutting edge. They didn't think that they would be caught onto.
Or maybe they didn't care. Like, by the time they figure this shit out, who cares? We'll be long gone, and who cares?
They have their stories. Everything has something to explain it within the last 100 to 200 years.
I even called the Illinois State Archives building, and they didn't have information on their own courthouse that's located within 1 mile of itself.
Illinois State Archives, how may I help you?
Hey, I was just transferred to you because I was looking at the Supreme Court when it was built, and I was just trying to find like records on it, and it said it was saying like on their website it was saying that it was built in like a year. So I was just trying to figure out if that was true or not.
I would have you tried contacting the Supreme Court?
Yeah, and they sent me over to you guys.
Okay. I don't know what we would have on the building itself. Let me look here.
Yeah, it was saying on their website that it was the keys were given over on February 4th, 1908, but 1908 they also said that they were moving out of the old state capitol building, so I don't know, 2 months, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that sounds kind of odd. Let's see here. I don't know if we have anything on the building itself.
The stories that we've been told are basically just that. They're stories that we're repeating over and over, and we're just regurgitating what they've been telling us. You could either choose to believe it, or you could choose to research and see the truth, that these are buildings from the past civilization.
I'm standing in front of the sunken ship parking garage, which is in the exact spot as the Occidental building. Now, the Occidental building was built supposedly in 1882 and was destroyed in the Great Fire. That was that giant masonry, massive 3-4 thick wall of just solid brick and stone that was somehow burned down in a fire. So this is what the modern era rolled out for us. We have the sunken ship parking garage, which is just kind of a thumb in the nose of this world that we're living in now. Yeah, salt in the wound, but I think it's just good that we remember the past and know what used to be there and the glory of the old world as it was.
On a lot of these old glorious structures, you'll start seeing old cheap banners, signs just kind of get slapped on to these old glorious stone buildings. They simply don't fit together.
These buildings were not intended to become money-driven establishments, and those they kept turned into such. It's funny that we never hear through the passing down of generations stories regarding any of the difficulties a nation would face building a magnitude of stone and brick palaces.
Why are none of our grandparents or great-grandparents ever speaking highly of these buildings? If they were truly built in the early 1900s, do you think one of our grandparents would have been like, yeah, I was at the site and I'm so proud of building that? Or my friend, I knew somebody and he was over there building that building? Not one time. Does that sound odd? In order to build some of these buildings in a year, you'd have to have hundreds of people, like daily, sleeping there. You'd have to have people with houses located on site because they got their horse and their wagon. Are they traveling home at night? Where are these horses staying during the day when they're building these buildings? And it's just, the story doesn't add up. If it was really truly built, like they say, then there would be so much proof. And sorry, but saying that a photo wasn't available or hard to take back then, that's not gonna cut it. You've taken a photo before Why couldn't you take another one? They transported all these materials from hundreds of miles away, and it got there perfectly. There was never an issue. It just isn't logically possible.
As an architect of 20 years, I have a pretty good understanding of how materials react to the elements over time. The modern infrastructure of Seattle is at best 140 years old. There's no room in that narrative for a building to be showing the type of weathering that we're seeing beyond. So just to me, that one building alone is further evidence that this city was here for a long time. To me, it's been there for centuries. I would give this building 300 years. I like to look at a building as telling its own story. I'd like to say that stones don't lie. Stones are always going to tell you the truth. And if you look at it through that lens and you let it tell its own story, then something else emerges entirely.
There are blocks, stones used in some of the constructions of places like Machu Picchu, even St. Augustine, Florida, just sitting there, a hewn stone that no amount of men could have dragged. It would have taken something larger, something more technologically assisted. That is, of course, unless we're talking about people of substantial size.
In many ancient books all over the world, they speak of giants that existed and alongside what we would call regular-sized people now.
People who were larger might have had an easier time hauling, hewing, placing, arranging stones of this size that we see in the megaliths of the Americas, that we see in the megaliths of the whole world, may have been the result of giants.
If you're using critical thinking, it just doesn't make any sense as to why build at such a large scale for people our size.
That's the weirdest part, is when you have doorways in random buildings that are too big. They're 20 feet high. Why would you build a door frame that's 20 feet high for a population that is so small?
Why would a regular-sized human, not just why, but how would a regular-sized human make something so massive? It just boggles the mind.
Why do 6-foot men and 5-foot women need that?
We don't do that. We build door frames that are proportionate to our size.
They're just absolutely huge. No sense whatsoever. Church is exactly the same now, just massive doors, and just like you go through a little door here to get in there. I noticed when I was in Europe last, they had some doors I took photographs of, and the lock on the door is up here. Yeah, for taller people.
You have these door frames that are in stone. You can't take them away. And they're 20 feet in the air or taller. And then you have our door frame that we build inside of the door frame so that we fit through normally. We're much shorter than they were as a civilization.
Think about it. You'd have to be a fucking moron to build a door that's 30 or 40 feet high if you're 6 foot tall, and you can't even reach the doorknob.
Across this plain, we find much evidence, abounding evidence of giants, not only in the major city centers of this world, but in the burial mounds and ancient ruins of the old world. And what you find around the major city centers is giant doorways.
We had giant books. We had giant helmets. We had giant knives, giant samurai swords, giant rifles. We had giant shoes. We had giant crowns. We had giant typewriters, giant bells.
Giant this and that, things that don't seem suited for the average-sized person, even on the taller side. It just doesn't make sense. And to think that large communities of people got together and built structures that were excessive, costly to begin with, but then you're adding the factor that they're building for a greater size than they need. It's not very cost efficient. It's not in line with what we're told about frontier America.
So even just compared to me, right, in terms of a hip placement, my knee is up here and I'm 5'11". So these are really large individuals. Really large individuals.
And then when you think about it, it's not even that big of a deal, really. Like, what's the big deal? There was giant people.
I mean, I've seen some of the unearthings of skeletons of giants and all this type of shit. Like, and what's so funny is, you know, people will dismiss giants even though there's a myriad of evidence to, it, at the very least, suggest that they existed, right? But there's nothing that would even suggest that dinosaurs fucking existed. And y'all motherfuckers believe in them, okay? If you were to find giant bones like that. Oh, give me that. That's yeah. That's the femur of a velociraptor. Get the fuck out of here. This is bullshit.
The Smithsonian Institute has the bones. They found this at Cahokia. And there are articles saying that they took these bones from St. Louis area and put them in the Smithsonian Institute. They're not telling us that they have them, when really we know they're either in the basement or they destroyed them or threw them away. There's so many news articles from the 1800s and the early 1900s of them destroying or disposing of these bones into the ocean.
They had to cover it up. There's no room for giants in their new world, and they have to lie to us about it. They had to write the storybooks telling us that we came from monkeys.
I think everything was bigger. I think everything was much bigger. I think there was more oxygen in the air. The trees were much bigger. The places were much bigger. They were better. They had all the technology. These people may have left or may have been killed off. My opinion is that they went for more land. I don't think they're allowed to be here. I think this is all an operation to repopulate this place and to be controlled by the leaders, so-called leaders.
If you go back to the biblical scriptures, when the Nephilim came about from the fallen angels breeding with the daughters of men, they bore giants. It's in black and white, it tells you. Yeah. There's plenty of evidence physically. We had a race of giants. We are not that race. We are a different race. Yeah. We are a different set of people.
I think we were cohabiting. I think they were doing the same time.
Most of them play basketball.
Yeah, man. Well, that's it. They're in the Harlem Globetrotters undercover, aren't they?
Talk of the Nephilim going into, you know, having sex with regular people and creating some sort of mutants and all of this type of shit.
Turning Shaq's grandpa. Yeah.
You're right.
Big ass tall. Yao Ming's grandpa.
You know, yeah, we see a lot of tall people in the NBA and all of that. Is this a remnant in the DNA?
It's a fact that there were giants. It's not a conspiracy theory. I mean, we have proof of this. What makes more sense? You have a civilization that's short and tiny and riding around on donkeys, or you've got a tall, very strong population that's smart and capable and have experience that are building these cathedrals and basilicas. The places that are built are massive. It's proportionate to their size.
You find skeleton after skeleton exhumed from the mounds of America, from the mounds of Florida, South America. Go over to Mesopotamia and you'll find the same thing. Giant people buried under the ground. And these were whole races. These were not, you know, one guy who gets gigantism by accident.
There's still giant skeletons, giant skulls that are being uncovered randomly. And the push is really to completely discount that and say, nope, not true. But the 19th century is full of the findings of giant bones. Didn't happen a long time ago. This happened recently.
Human history is framed as to convince the average Joe that all of the luxuries, the benefits, the technological advances in their life, all of those things are the mere fruits of the industrial age and an industrial way of life, and the banking systems that followed, the methods of travel that became cemented after the Industrial Age.
In the 1800s, all of the world's inventions just shit out of nowhere. Okay, so you got like literally everything from the Underground Railway to the railways, the transport system, modern shipping, the modern trades, banking, the whole thing, everything just arrives, you know, around maybe the 1850 mark. When records started, coincidentally, because all of our birth records were never official until 1850. Before then, they were in church parishes and they were highly controlled, as is the information in the church. So nobody can really look that far back into, you know, into the past to find out their ancestry.
We are convinced that to be human today is a result of ingenuity in the Industrial Age. This is not true.
Another element of history they've conveniently helped you forget about. A luxurious form of travel that was promptly removed from our skies.
Airships are the oldest form of air travel. They're the most time-tested. Now, they've been taken out of circulation. A lot of people have the false impression, misconception that if you were traveling on an airship, you would be confined to the little cabins that were suspended from the bottom. You know, like the pilot's cockpit. You'd probably feel a little iffy about those coming down, being on the bottom of the ship. It's coming down, you look like you're gonna get smushed. Well, that big blimp is not just a balloon. In many, many airships of the old world, you had access into that large cavity of the blimp. And there were restaurants, there were bars, there were dance halls, things like this. This is all a matter of fact.
Why would they build such a big thing and not put anything inside? So it's basically like a cruise, but a comfortable cruise where, you know, you're not sitting in the bottom part of the airship where they normally show you on a blimp. You're sitting in the airship. It's a beautiful place.
A beautiful, easy, graceful method of travel flushed down the drains. They're actually safer than airplanes. And what we had was a mass media event in the form of the Hindenburg, which actually scared most of the world's population away from ever getting in an airship again.
It's starting to rain again. The rain had cracked up a little bit. The back motors of the ship are just holding it just enough to keep it from... It's burst under flash. Get it started. It's right, and it's crashing terrible. Oh my, get out of the way, please. It's bursting into flames, and it's falling on the mooring pads, and all the folks between it. This is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's like 400 or 500 feet into the sky, and it's a terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the flame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the fans are screaming around it. I told you, I can't talk to people. There's fish around there. I can't talk, ladies and gentlemen. Honest, it's just laying down massive smoking wreckage. And everybody can't hardly breathe and talk and screaming. Lady, I'm sorry. I can hardly breathe. I'm going to step inside while I cannot see it. Darling, that's terrible. Listen, folks, I'm going to have to stop for a minute because I've lost the voice. This is the worst thing I've ever witnessed.
Oh no, can't do this. They're dangerous. With the footage of the flaming Hindenburg, you know, falling out of the sky. Nope, no more airships. But there's a lot of evidence, shall we say, that's available to show that, yes, there were airships and they were a pre-existing technology. And one of the ways that they get rid of things is to say, like, it's unsafe, safety hazard, we can't do this anymore.
And I don't want to be flying in that again because there's just fire up in the air and there's no way I would ever travel in that again. So I'd rather pick to be in an airplane.
Let's stick with our helicopters and our airplanes, and we're gonna can airships.
What's a more tranquil form of travel? Airship or airplane? You can't tell me that everyone isn't terrified getting up on that tarmac and taking off on an airplane.
On an airplane, you're stuck. You've got 60 to 100 people stuck on this little plane. You can't travel that far with the tanks that they have. With an airship, you can travel very far, and you can travel with a lot of people. You could take mass amounts of people to these other lands that are much further than we could ever imagine.
The airships of Germany were touching down in Opelika, Florida for years. And Glenn Curtis, the man who opened up that Opelika airport, is a man embroiled in scandal. So if anyone's telling lies here, it's those guys.
Glenn Curtis was nicknamed fastest man alive for breaking top speed records on a motorcycle using gas engines. And he helped push gas as superior to steam and other techniques. He started slapping gas engines on airships too, and he helped get them off of other methods. Then he did the same thing with airplanes in direct competition with the Wright brothers. He tried to steal the Wright brothers' patents with the help of the Smithsonian.
Towards the end, they started filling them with dirtier gas, trying to get them to be gas propelled. That was not the case. Many of these were steam. In some instances, just like a submarine. They can try and hide this from us a little bit, but you, the viewer, can go and look this up for yourself. The blimps were a lot more sophisticated than we're told. And going back to the comparison between airplane and blimp, they can literally and metaphorically bottleneck the costs of travel by only allowing so many people on to this tiny little tube that's traveling so fast, so dangerous. We'll let this go by.
Speaking of modern day airplanes,
You can only fit maybe a couple hundred onto an airplane when you could fit a couple thousand onto an airship. Number one, it's graceful, but number two, you can fit way more people. You can have way more facilities on that. It's like almost like a traveling city. So the airships provided something that airplanes don't. They were safer in terms of the speed of travel, you know, the danger of landing somewhere you're not supposed to.
To think, if your fear of flying is caused by open waters, in the case of an emergency, you would now have a way to safely dock on a boat. And a fear of landing could be comforted by a slow docking airship.
Things like the Eiffel Tower, which we were told was built for a World's Fair, but there's Eiffel Towers everywhere.
This will give you an opportunity for a balloon to come in to your city and maul around, and you get straight out, and it delivers you to the place where you want to be. Now, don't think this is beyond the bounds of possibility. They actually did it. The gantry will come out. The bird used to couple up to the top of the Empire State Building. The doorway will come out, gantry will come out, and everyone will climb out of the Zeppelin into the Empire State Building. And they've done it in LA, in Chicago. These balloons were the transport of the day.
Believe it or not, it was not uncommon for people to fly their airships straight into downtown New York City and to dock those airships in the steeples, in the finials, the towers, the spires of places like New York City, Chicago, major cities in Germany, England, you name it. Airships were docking. They would offload people into the tippy tops of buildings.
I think that there was more than just airships. I think that the technology goes further than that. I think that these things were much more powerful, and I think that they went further than we can ever imagine, to lands that we're not told about.
Behind the scenes, they are still making these, but we wouldn't have access for making our own.
If you wanted to build an airship today, you can't, because NASA owns 99% of the helium. The tech back then was possibly even more than what we have now. There's videos in the 1930s, 1940s of hoverboards and portable scooters that ran off of electricity. They used to have self-parking cars.
Right when photography was invented, you have these electric trolleys running wireless around cities. 20 years later, they'd all be breaking down, then went on to wires, then went on to the slower Edison electric grid.
And remember that they have much, much more than what they're giving us. They are slowly giving us back the technology that was once here, that they found from the previous civilization.
It's funny, right? Because they drop it back in doses, pretend like they're the heroes to reintroduce it. But meanwhile, that very thing that was designed to create freedom and creativity within humanity is now spun to be used for manipulation and control. But it's dropped in those doses where we just accept it, and the line gets pushed further and further and further, and people just sit back and they're just like, this is life.
Wireless energy, powered by the ether, existed way before big oil. We all know how dirty the oil companies are, but to think about the things we could have if they never existed.
An oil refining process was invented in 1854 by somebody in Pittsburgh. By 1870, John Rockefeller and Henry Flagler established the Standard Oil Company. And so it was like they needed to get a replacement energy source as quickly as possible. And they got it from this mining of resources.
Back in the 1800s, mainstream academia had 18 additional elements on the periodic table of elements, ether being one of those, right? And somewhere along the line, when Albert Einstein came out with his theory of relativity and started doing lectures across the country and the world, that anybody that spoke about ether at that time was completely, like, their reputation was destroyed. They lost their laboratories, they lost their teaching jobs, like what we saw in 2020.
A lot of times they'll leave the breadcrumbs. A lot of times the truth is in plain sight. So with that, Benjamin Franklin sending up the key on the kite, that's essentially you, the average American, sending up their drone with a copper wire and harvesting electricity straight from the ether.
I think that the ancients understood very well that the ether is real and that there's ways of channeling atmospheric energy, earth energy, and I think that they built their buildings with this in mind.
If we had access to free energy, I mean, imagine if you could just walk into the forest anywhere you want, and you could just put up a little device and a resonator, and you could build yourself a castle and just do it, levitate stones, and just create a kingdom. Well, that's not very good for Joe Biden. How's he going to tax you? How's FEMA going to work with you in that situation? And that's why it's so dangerous to them.
That doesn't work when you're introducing an electric system that is dependent upon a power source, a bunch of wires, meters, and your output that you're having to pay for, where you become dependent on a system of scarcity. This old way of doing things was based upon a system of abundance and plenty, because there's no end of the energy that's all around us all the time. There's another way of doing things. We don't have to live in this way of constant crisis because of constant scarcity. We can break through it, and I think that we're on the verge of rediscovering this knowledge at a very curious time where the old system is actually falling apart.
Everyone knew there was an ether. Most buildings were constructed in that manner until they came in and started destroying things and indoctrinating us.
You go through and you start finding these correlations. You start finding how the free energy worked, what the power stations were, how all these places have got these certain buildings and fountains and certain copper top roofings and all the stuff for landing sites for flying machines. And you start to see that all of this stuff is way too similar all around the world for there have not to been a single culture.
Many times these towers held old world technologies, such as bells, which would send out resonant frequencies into the community beyond. So many photos of bells being rounded up all over Europe. We're living in a time where we're waking up to what we so recently had.
The pipe organ is a healing machine. That's why it was integral to the construction of ancient Gothic cathedrals, the organ was the centerpiece of the church, of the cathedral. Now, around the building, up, down, around, beneath, you had pipes and essentially speakers blasting this music into the cathedral.
They placed these beautiful organs under these stained glass windows, which were treated with lead and specific properties. And these, they were like car speakers. They augment the resonance and the sound out into the ether outside. So everyone outside in the community is invigorated, is on a higher state of consciousness, literally being the best they can. And you can see it in the pictures of these people in the day. Everyone is healthy.
Anyone who's been around for a full volume, live, authentic pipe organ performance will tell you your bones rattle, your organs start to respond, your hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Walk into a well-made stone cathedral, hear the pipe organ, sit there and saturate in the healing frequencies yourself. Cathedrals are something beyond just a center for worship. They are healing machines. And the pipe organ of the cathedral is just one tiny little finger of this whole realm that we're talking about.
You've got starports, which I call a gateway topic because the same structure exists all over the earth, have been given to us as fortifications that were built for these different wars, which made them military targets. And so they have an excuse for why it was built in whatever location. And then they have an excuse for why it was destroyed.
So in school, we learn about one fire. We learn about the Chicago Great Fire.
In the case of the Great Chicago Fire, there was a lot of fanfare over Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicking over the lantern.
The legend is that Mrs. O'Leary's cow in a barn kicked over a lantern and that caused the entire fire. And poor Mrs. O'Leary and her family had their lives ruined because of this.
We only learn about Chicago. And I remember going to summer camp and we're sitting around the campfire and it's one dark night when we were all in bed. Bum, bum, bum. Old Miss O'Leary took a lantern to her shed, and when the cow kicked it over, she turned around and said, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight. Fire, fire, fire." And we would yell fire louder and louder with each verse, and we do this like 10 times to where it was echoing back to us across the lake. And now when I think about it, it's like how many kids growing up in America were singing this song about this stupid story. What I realize is that it's like an incantation and it's spellcasting. Where did this song come from? It's a story that they wanted the population to come to embrace and believe as part of the founding mythos of the country and who we are as a people. Well, lo and behold, as an architect with the keen interest in history, I come to find out only within the last few years that there were fires in every major city. And then I come to find out that it's not just wooden shanty town built out of matchsticks. We're looking at city after city after city with photographic evidence showing masonry buildings of the most exquisite type.
Philadelphia, New York, Boston. You come down to Florida, Jacksonville, Miami. Every major city at one point was burned to the ground. Believe it or not, these were stone cities. These were megalithic stone cities, ancient metropolises that were burned down as if they were made from wood. Very quickly. Now we can speculate as to what the source of that destruction was. From above, from below, arson, biblical destruction, you name it. Nonetheless, every major city in America, if not Europe and the entire world, saw a great devastation by a fire.
You'll see pictures of people walking on the sidewalk like no big deal. I mean, that's subjective, but I mean, that's what it looks like. The pictures are strange. The sequence of events that are supposed to have taken place are strange. So, there's just a lot of clues, if you will, that these weren't random events like somebody wants us to believe.
If you look at photos of even the buildings that still exist of the old world, they always give a backstory for why they took them down, but it's just curious why so many towers are missing now. And so Pioneer Square is one of those examples. And this was built in the immediate aftermath of the fire in 1889 is curious because it appears on a real estate map from before the fire in a fully and intact form.
In order for stone to burn down, it has to reach 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. House fire reaches the temperature of 1,000 degrees. That's half. It's impossible for any stone building to be burning down. The 1800s and earlier fires may have been fake. They try to explain away multiple buildings with fire stories and multiple courthouses built on the same site in just a year with the same architect, and they're just demolishing these buildings.
This is exactly why my fireplace right here is made of brick and stone, because it doesn't melt. You got to be an idiot to think that these forest fires are going to be melting brick and stone. Use your head, guys.
As they are busy dismantling it in the 3D reality that we experience, it was part of a program to dismantle the old world and shock us into an acceptance of basically the new world order.
And that's why I wanted to speak to you today about the new world taking shape around us, about the prospects for a new world order now within our reach.
It's the new order, Babylon banging down your door. The war pigs hungry for war. We rally the troops and raise the sword once and for all. It's the new order, Babylon begging for your soul. They coming and they want control. Yeah, they coming. We burn their system to the floor once and for all. Listen, it's time to wake the fuck up.
So you had what I would call the reset of history according to a very specific narrative. I mean, it didn't change very much. And using the media like they do today to publish it, print it, this is what happened, these are all the details, these are all the people involved, we got it down on record. So again, they're saying, okay, everything was built out of wood, like a Hollywood movie set. Didn't hold up, it caught fire. So we came in and we built all of these beautiful structures to make sure they wouldn't burn down again. And that is told repeatedly.
You look at any major city, they suffered this same fate. And I don't think it's a simple matter of, oh, they were just so stupid. They didn't know. They put candles all over the place and let their cities keep setting on fire. The stone courthouses, the stone banks, into smithereens. Now in Jacksonville, we actually had a fire where there are first-hand accounts of people who were escaping the fire, and once they thought they had escaped to a safe distance, were watching the fire, because that's what people used to do back then. It wasn't much of a fire department. They just said, well, it's burning, just time to take photos and watch. And what they actually did was they were sitting up on a hill watching Jacksonville burn. They said that things on their persons started spontaneously combusting. Pocket watches, buttons, things that were made of certain materials were combusting. This was happening back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Cities would spontaneously combust with no sufficient cause, no suitable explanation. But they're in a covered carriage. What happens? Materials on their body are still spontaneously combusting, out of nowhere, sparking into flames. Now, how could that be the case if this is a local fire spreading to anything that it touches? These people were hundreds of yards away, if not more, from the fire. There weren't embers falling on them that they couldn't see, because like I said, they were already in the cab. So this is just one instance in Florida, and you can go look up your own city, the closest major city to you, and you'll find this same fate.
You look at destruction from World War I, World War II, it looks exactly the same. So these weapons have been around for a long time.
The biggest factor to 9/11 was the erasure of evidence. Erasing the evidence of the wrongdoings of the government, the financial institutions, you name it. You had evidence being destroyed. What do they call it? Jewish lightning? For lack of a better word, insurance fraud, destruction of evidence. Those two typically go hand in hand when we're talking about buildings falling down out of thin air.
Seattle burned down, the downtown. 2 months later, Ellensburg, which was at that time a major city in central Washington territory, burned down. 2 months after that, Spokane, which was another major city on the eastern flank of the territory, burned down. And when I discovered that, I just went, hold on a second. Like, there's something else entirely going on in the backstory.
It's like they want to get rid of these beautiful structures. And some are still in use, but the ones that are inconvenient to the narrative, they just want gone. And there's also probably a component of the energy grid in all of this as well, because they keep what they can use, they keep what benefits them, and at some point they determine, okay, we don't need that anymore, for whatever the reason.
Part of the story of the fires is that the fire chief wasn't in town at the time. He was away on some conference. And so the command structure was broken. So the mayor at the time in Seattle was the one that was calling shots. And he was making decisions that they should go in and make what they call fire breaks between buildings, meaning actually bringing dynamite into buildings and blowing them up. And that's acknowledged. And that's acknowledged in Boston, the Boston fire, in city after city, what's called a tactic to contain fires. And then they often say, well, look back in retrospect, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Well, what was causing these fires and what was causing this type of damage in the first place needs to be examined. So when you have a broken command structure and somebody else is calling the shots, that's really curious to me, because that's the same thing that happened in Lahaina.
The wildfires that swept through Maui are the deadliest in U.S. history in more than a century. On social media, people are speculating about what could have caused the fires. One trending theory is that the fires started due to an attack from a directed energy weapon. They're weapons like lasers that use energy fired at the speed of light to damage or destroy targets. According to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, many countries, including the U.S., are researching their use.
Yep, they flipped the police chief Pelletier, who was from the Vegas shooting. They made 10 emergency declarations all about Uncle Billy's and all about Banyan Drive and all this stuff. And to believe it or not, the Sunshine Law, where they removed the Sunshine Law or suspended it, it wasn't in these 10 proclamations that they really promoted and really blew up all over the news. It wasn't in any of them. It was in this quiet little Affordable Housing Act on the side. Truly, it does look like only the places they wanted. Safeway didn't get hit. The gas stations didn't get hit. They knew what was going to go where. It's either they did it from the top with the laser energy weapon, like others say, or it came from the bottom. But one thing was crazy is that over 24 hours later, they were still letting the fire burn. The fire was blowing so fast, the wind, it said it moved 1 mile in 10 seconds. I would think in my head could move 1 mile in 10 seconds. Some kind of boom one time, the whole place.
With the fires from Maui, I mean, I've got these rows of cars that are just completely burned.
Honestly, none of it looks like a fire. It looks like it's been destroyed with like some weapon or something from an angle.
Just completely destroyed by a direct energy weapon. Just buildings sliced in half. You have melted cars, you have melted everything. I mean, it just completely looks like a war zone.
Send a laser from a directed energy weapon against the community and then step back and say, oh, that was natural, or too bad, so sad. And all those people are left homeless and they don't get any help. And people aren't being allowed to get out of there. When it's happening, they're jumping in the water and poof, and everything looks like, cars are burned out. And people are going, whoa, what's going on here? And they're not getting any answers. And the current administration also has the slogan of Build Back Better, which was the excuse given for these other great fires. Well, everything was wooden. So look what we did. We built it back with this solid brick. I think what we're seeing now was never supposed to happen this quickly. I think all of these things were supposed to happen without us even being aware of it.
I can only think, why else would you want to do that? You know, it gets rid of everything. There's no fingerprints. There's nothing. It's done. There's nobody to talk. They get rid of all the buildings. What stories is there to tell?
His story is what they're going to tell. It's what they did tell us. Distorting a timeline, laced with cover-ups and preventing public awareness of our own cities being destroyed. How powerful are these weapons? And when did they truly originate?
So this frog should have turned to ash.
It even has some ashes on the bottom. It's kind of gray. And it got a little bit on the edge of some heat, but it didn't contort it or anything. It's just perfectly symmetrical, petrified. And it seems mostly hollow, but the skin is totally solid and intact.
There have been a lot of people that have been talking about the subject of meltology. And my take on that and other things is that's part of it, it's not all of it. And what I believe is that there was a directed energy attack on the Earth's grid system that blew out the grids. And that caused swamps, deserts. It caused land to just shear off and fall into the ocean. And that would have caused melted buildings as well. A really good example on top of my head is a place called Red Rocks State Park in California. It looks melted. And there's other examples as well. So my belief is that there was just this massive surge of energy. So that surge of energy could have been from multiple sources and just went through the grid system and just blew everything out. When they came here, this was a destroyed and ruined landscape. And they even use the word ruins to describe things, but they push things far back in the past, like thousands of years or millions of years. And, you know, that was so far back, we don't know anything about that. The Earth was terraformed by a highly advanced civilization. And so things we think of as mountains, like the Rocky Mountains and hills, are actually buildings.
When you look at the city of San Francisco from the early 1870s, and not a soul around, vast emptiness with a fully intact city, and nothing's out of place except that there's no people. And so what it looks like to me is they went into a city that was already there.
Empty. Nobody around. So odd. Wait, wouldn't the Tower of Jewels be visible somewhere on this map? Remember, from the World's Fair in San Francisco? It shouldn't be, because that was 37 years after this photograph was snapped. Oh, yes, of course. It looks like it's already there.
With the World Fairs, it does seem that the purpose of them was to provide us with a new narrative and bring the population to them, just overwhelm them with this fantastical realm that they were now going to internalize and then burn it down in almost like a ritualistic fashion to sear this into the consciousness of the people.
The populating of the Americas was not as authentic, organic as people might have been led to believe. There was a large system of what people have termed orphan trains, incubator baby farms. A lot of these were hubbed in World's Fairs. You had incubator babies at the World's Fairs. Buy an Asian baby, buy a Filipino, buy an African baby.
I think part of it was repopulation. I think part of it was early child trafficking. Premature children were in these incubators. You see pictures of these, nurses in their uniforms in a room filled with baby incubators, with people paying admission. With our increased awareness today, we've got things like Planned Parenthood and other things going on. There are companies that mail kids. There's a bit on my business where somebody can place an order for a child based on eye color or whatnot, and they get delivered. That's not good. And I think it's the same idea that there's this harvesting of humans going on without our knowledge and awareness, and unspeakable things happening to children that got its start very early on because the same families are behind it.
And you would see this mass migration of orphan trains and orphan boats, and you're like, first of all, where are all these fucking orphans coming from? How many orphans were there in the 1800s? Why?
So everybody's learning this thing at this young age, and everybody has to go by these new set of structures and new set of rules. They have to learn this new history that everybody isn't really agreeing with, and then anybody that's not agreeing with, they have to go to the insane asylum. There's the orphan asylums for the children, and the insane asylums for the adults. Now all of a sudden, John D. Rockefeller comes out with a board of education, and all of the children are sent to a public schooling system to learn their new history. What better way to trick a society than to take their children at a young age and teach them exactly what you want them to know?
If people just realize that if you don't understand the past, you'll repeat it over and over again. And it prevents people from going to progress in the future. And us as a collective species, we have to get to the nitty-gritty of what really happened, what our true potential now is as a collective civilization. Because we can't rely on those people anymore.
How does any of us know? And I would ask my father this all the time. I would say, Dad, how do you know you have a great grandpa? How do you know? None of us know. It's the truth, Those are things, and people can sit there and say, you guys are off your rockers talking about this stuff, but I mean, look who we're accepting the official story from. All I've ever known my whole life is that we don't know how we got here, and we don't know why, we don't know when. If Americans are sitting there one day and say, I don't know how I got here, I don't know why, and I don't know when, well, then you've been reset.
Don't believe what we say. Go out in your own communities and do your own research. There's plenty of buildings that they left for us to examine. Once we can all wake up collectively, then we can come to realize what they have truly done to us.
Shout out Hibbler Productions. Check this old world order stuff out. Here you go. A true gem. Firm Fam 2024.
Sift through the lies of indoctrination, ancient civilization laid to wasting. More I scratch at the surface, more I'm facing. Hidden no world, advanced not cavemen. Free energy before the lies of the Masons. Flip the script and change the whole situation. American cities found not created. The tech of the giants, colossal creation. What lies had they hid from us in plain sight? The power of the ethos to feed them free light. Structures weren't built by horse and buggies. Huge slabs of stone, masterful, not ugly. Old photos, sure marvels, it's been there. Miles from quarries, not anywhere near there. Research the old world right now, I declare we taking back our world from those who feed fear. Yo, it's that old world order, the new world slaughter. Don't drink the water, raise sons and daughters. Teach them the truth, blessed from the Father, and rip the chains right off us. Yo, it's that old world order, the new world slaughter. Don't drink the water, raise sons and daughters. Teach them the truth, blessed from the Father, and rip the chains right off us. This is the age of Tartaria, massive mud floods and real history, not the Chronicles of Narnia, where the Tesla get his coil, sustained energy, not the Rockefeller's oil. Who writes history?
Imagine me and you, I do. I think about you day and night. It's only right to think about the girl you love and hold her tight. So happy together. If I should call you up, invest a dime, and you say you belong to me and ease my mind, imagine how the world could be so very fine. So happy together. I see you loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me. So happy together. They toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me. So happy together.
You said upstairs.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
I want to see it.
Upstairs? No. No.
neighbors complain?
Safe to say they're asking questions.
The rocks would prefer not to move. We shall move them yet.
Perhaps I can help you with that. The narrative you're creating is clearly a massive endeavor. If you need more time, I'm sure the board would be happy to oblige.
I'm sure they'd be happier for me to delay it indefinitely. Come with me.
Let me introduce to you this giant cuttlefish, which is a Badger 288, one of the world's biggest rotor excavators.
Anyway, before couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather.
that our civilization is 200 years ago, and before that compared to us was way more developed, and today's society are just kids in the sandbox.
Anyway, before couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry.
Bring her back online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wake from your sleep, the drying of your tears. Today we escape, we escape. Pack and get dressed before your father hears us, before all hell breaks loose. Breathe, keep breathing. Don't lose your nerve. Keep breathing. I can't do this alone. Sing us a song to keep us warm. There's such a chill, such a chill. You can laugh. Spineless laugh. We hope your rules and wisdom choke you now. We are one in everlasting peace. We hope that you choke, that you choke. We hope that you choke, that you choke. We hope that you choke, that you choke.
There are no forests on Earth. When you read this headline out loud, even with the exclamation mark at the end, every sensible person will say that I'm out of my mind, and you will want to show me tons of photos with images of forests. I want you to believe that this is another trick. They make us think that this is a forest, when you actually are looking at 30-meter bushes. This is total bullshit and nonsense, you will say to me. Of course we know what forests look like, because we've all walked in them. Well, I expect that's how you will react, and that's fair, but after watching this video, its headline won't seem so strange to you, because you will reverse your concept of forests by 360 degrees. And now, first things first. We will begin with a well-known picture. Children see 9 dolphins on it, but adults see 2 lovers. A huge difference, don't you think? Try to see dolphins on it and see how hard it is. Feminine fruities just won't transform into dolphins for most adults. And that's funny because it's the opposite for kids. There is only one picture, but we see it completely differently. What is more, children and adults can't exchange perceptions. Why is this the case? It is simple. Eyes see the way the Matrix ordered them to, but that's not the way the real world looks. Our eyes become traitors over time. We were blinded while in childhood. The outward world is quite different. We see things through a prism of habit and experience. And this prism distorts everything completely. At 30 years of age, this prism works to protect your mind. And at 40, you could go crazy without this prism. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Look at this photo. I'm claiming that it is from a mesa that was formed from a magmatic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. You think I'm out of my mind? Maybe you're out of your mind. You will understand soon. We'll come back to this plot of grass later. For now, remember how we bumped into this old stump. Sometimes humans even try to take photos trying to hug the unhuggable trunk of a tree. But really, think about it. Old trees are a rarity. They are all registered, they are tracked, and are being kept in reserves, like memorials of nature. There is an uproar on the internet about forests. Why all forests on the earth, even in Siberia, are not older than 200 years old? Where are all the giants? It is right that the people are in an uproar about it, but I want to look at the problem from another angle, from the side of the Earth's poles. The thing is that even Soviet biologists found strangeness in the poles, and unnatural amounts of water kept in the ice and snow. And there's an unnatural percentage of carbon dioxide in the world's oceans. This abnormal concentration tells us exactly about a worldwide fire of the past. Using simple math, those scientists come to the conclusion that those fires carried away 99% of the Earth's biosphere. We all know that living cells consist of hydrogen and carbon, so the ice on the poles are made mostly from water, from burned organisms. And now, think about this number, 99%. It means that everything that now grows, crawls, flies, swims, and runs on the Earth is 20,000 times less in volume than before this catastrophe. 20,000 times. To imagine this, look at this picture. This piece of bread is humans, plants, animals. Just this pathetic small piece of bread on this large transport truck represents Earth's biosphere before those times. I hope you understand that today's myth of overpopulation is just pure hoax and nonsense. 100%. But here's the problem. Biologists divided this number between all the continents and only calculated into this figure the dry land, not all the ice and snow that is on the Earth. And there's a lot of snow and ice. Fact is fact. But as always, illumination can come suddenly, and stereotypical thinking is to blame. 30-meter tall forests are like a virus that takes over both our brains and especially the brains of biologists, which prevent us from finding a solution to this problem. If plants can't fit broadwise, then we should fit them upwards, and then it should make sense. In this new theory, hypothetical forests of unthinkable height was drawn. And here's the thing. We found these old photos. This is the vandalous felling of the sequoias in the California redwood between 1880 and 1920. These trees miraculously survived the planet's bombardment in 1816. Just imagine how many years this tree needs to grow to these sizes. Then these terrible men come with saws and axes. 1, 2, and no more tree. In proportion of this tree, we can see a rule. The diameter of the stump is 3 times bigger than the woodcutter's or feller's growth. Let's look at this formula. You just think about it. You are entering a forest that is not usually 30 meters, but 100 meters. Here are your fairy forests from fairy tales and books. Forests that are lost because of such barbarians. I understand that they are just wage workers, and they must feed their families, that this is just an order from above. But if every single woodcutter refused to carry out these criminal orders, all the forests would be saved, because their demon bosses are too arrogant to do it with their own hands. And that is why I will send these merry woodcutters' defenders to a well-known place. Look at this photo carefully. They look like satanic bacterias that want to kill the forest organism. For those who think that trees were killed just because of wood materials, I want to dispel your claims. Trees are energy generators. They produce constant electricity, oxygen from photosynthesis, food. They have a root network and are programmed to exchange data. Our ancestry had a theory that trees are programmed to keep data from everything on the planet and save it in their information portal in their carbon fibers. I do not know the reason, but some sequoias that these vandals left alive even put a fence around it and called it a wildlife sanctuary. Of course, park guides will tell you tales from the crypt. How in the stupid Zoic era, stupid soars scratched their booty on the old sequoias of California. Let's summarize everything. Remains of the giant trees of the past are found, and homeless ice and snow of the poles took their place in the mosaic. It seems like everything is clear, but it is not. Nothing is so simple. If we take myths and legends of all nations, you can find lots of stories about people, animals, and plants morphing into stone. This is normal because paleontologists all over the world dig petrified fossils of humans, animals, and plants. There are so many of them that old museums are overfilled with petrified fossils of clovers, frogs, lizards, pieces of dinosaurs, and so on. Frogs and clovers are fine, but what about the forests? Guys, where are the trees? Old sequoias of California do not fit here because they are made of carbon. It means they are not related to the silicon era. Why do I know this? First off, they were cut and sawed by standard instruments. All axes and saws would break if they had to cut silicon. So where are the silicon trees, if those giants from carbon are not related to the silicon era? Guess what? They were found. Guess where? In the same North America, in Arizona to be precise. Ah, this zone of the Aryans. There are so many things going on there. The giant quarry that is now called the Grand Canyon. Like one person under the nickname Wake Up Human said, it is an apogee of the cynicism to name Quarry Waste as a national park. It is not a national park. It is just a quarry. And think what the ancient Russian word's root kolo is doing in the opposite part of the world. And the root ra, I won't even mention. Here is the city of Aryans, from which left only the vortex that made Hooligan meteorite 50,000 years ago. That's how Wikipedia is telling us this total bullshit. Oh, and by the way, here are our silicon trees. I wanted to introduce to you the museum under the open sky. Petrified trees here are just scattered in the desert and also fenced. Everyone today can visit this circus called Petrified Forest National Park. In this park, petrified fossils are not common. They are unique. If turtles and frogs were petrified in pale gray boulders, then this trees morphed into semi-precious stones. Beautiful stones, aren't they? It is time to take stock. All our forests are young and do not grow higher than 30 meters. Remains of fairy forests were found in the sequoias of California, and biologists put poles of ice and snow in its place. We found petrified fossils of the Silicon era and trees from precious gems. Now everything fits together, right? Or no? In a perfect world, everything fits. In our cursed hell, nothing fits. Since that time, when I was a kid and I saw petrified fossils on a TV show, I was tormented by that question. How is it possible for a frog to be morphed into a stone instead of rot like any organic body does? Let's see what Wikipedia tells us. Special rare conditions must be met in order for the fallen stem to be transformed into fossil wood or petrified wood. In general, the fallen plants get buried in an environment free of oxygen, which preserves the organic structure and general appearance. I understand this is dry British humor. If not, I will try to explain. You need some spontaneous disaster. For example, a volcanic eruption, tsunami, clay rain, which would quickly cover the frog and mammoth and make conserves from them, where bacteria won't decompose the corpse to the state of stinking manure.
So this was from Maui Ground Zero.
Yep, I sifted it from the ashes where there was melted aluminum 20 feet away.
So this frog should have turned to ash.
It even has some ashes on the bottom. It's kind of gray. And it got a little bit on the edge of some heat, but it didn't contort it or anything. It's just perfectly symmetrical, petrified. And it seems mostly hollow, but the skin is totally solid and intact. So, just wanted to share it with the world before the data gets scrubbed.
So, and we're also looking for somebody who can analyze this, right?
Yeah, or now we'd like to look into the cell structure of the toad itself and see if there's some kind of residue from any kind of different energy microwave or otherwise, than what we're used to seeing.
In other words, to make the body petrified, you need to cover or engulf the body and to compact it. According to so-called scientists, the tissue was organic, and then it magically turned into silicon. SiO2. Remember this formula. If you have ever buried your home pets, you can quickly run and dig them out. Your beloved pet is petrified, and you can put his statue on your table. Want to reproach me for such black humor? Redirect that to the official science community, which sells us such bullshit. A dead body has only two options. Dry up like an insect in a piece of amber, or the second option, just simply rot. Organic bodies will never turn into rubble. Never. This absurdity is invented to hide the truth. Magical morphing into stone is a little thing. Transforming wood into semi-precious stones, this is where the lies and ignorance become uncontrollable. Tell me how a stick of wood can become a semi-precious stone. You may have no answer, but I do, and we will discuss this later. For now, let's analyze what these gems show. I do not know about you, but I am confused by 3 points. First of all, according to the official story, these trees lost in an unequal battle against a neighbor volcano. Attention, 225 million years ago. But wait, there's more! This wood not only burned and held fire, not only rotted into the wet ground, against all the laws of physics, chemistry, and biology, just transmorphed into precious gems. David Copperfield is nervously smoking on the sideline. But this is not the end. Trees are not broken. Trees are sawn into even, accurate pieces. Well, I want to know the name of this brand of chainsaw that Aborigines use for this. I'm joking, of course, but the conclusion is that this is not a museum, but stage theater. These trees were sawn and brought here by someone. You know, only a true fool would believe in the magical transformation of wood into precious stones and gems. Here's another question. For what purpose did they make this circus with all these scattered pieces of silicon life form? And did you pay attention to how small these silicon trees are? They are incomparable, even with the sequoias of California. But this one is simple. They are not trees. They are trees' branches, giant silicon trees. And these trees were so big that American sequoias near them look like sticks near the baobab. And while tourists are freaking out over these precious gems, no one is paying attention to the background, because everything is hidden in plain sight. To understand what I'm talking about, let's return to our favorite plot of grass. And I want to ask you, what do you see? A tree stump in the daisies? But I continue. This is mesa that was formed from the magnetic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. Do not believe me? And now? Let me introduce to you, this is Devil's Tower, mesa, or so-called laccolith, that was formed from a magnetic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. At least that's what Wikipedia tells us. And billions of people believe that this is mesa, laccolith, or a mountain. Really? Let's come closer to our tree stump to look at his fantastically inexplicable columns. Let's look in the Wikipedia ones again. Igneous rock is formed through the cooling and solidification of magma or lava. Really? What a smart magnetic melt! It's just stood still and froze in the appearance of a perfect hexagonal column for 300 meters in the sky. You can synchronize your instruments with these miraculous columns. Were they squeezed out of cream injector, then tied in a bun like a broom, and then a big giant fan blew near to help the columns to curdle faster? Maybe the columns of Parthenon or Isaac's Cathedral were built in the same way. Gentlemen scientists, are you out of your mind writing this garbage? Humans, are you out of your mind believing this garbage? Claiming that this geometrical masterpiece appeared as the result of a lava fountain is the same bullshit as claiming that a racing car appears on the track because of an explosion at a Ferrari factory. Have you ever seen what a fountain of lava looks like? In those times, lava had artificial intelligence. Really? Comparative analysis. All columns are hexagonal. Why exactly hexagonal? Because the universe's masterpieces are built in this form. There are no snowflakes exactly the same, but all of them are in a perfect hexagonal shape. Bees, too, without the knowledge of mathematics, correctly identified that the regular hexagon has at least perimeter among all the other shapes of equal area, so you can fill the shape most efficiently. When bees build honeycombs, they instinctively try to make them as roomy as possible and spend as little wax as possible. Hexagonal shape is the most efficient, economical figure for building honeycomb. Blind sheep cannot understand that our universe is fractal. That is why there is no difference in what scale you study it. In the scale of a mountain or the scale of a tree that everyone has outside their window. And now let's open a botany textbook. Let's find the structure of any plant and let's compare it with our giant stump. We won't go deep into this. We only want facts that fall into our hands from the stump's photos. So it will be useless to try to argue against those facts. I want to introduce you to the cross-section of a stem of flax. Well, well, gentlemen biologists. Are you noticing anything? No? Look, it seems like honeycombs in the middle. Wowzers, and they are all hexagonal. Well, well, what a coincidence. If we remove skin around this flax, our stump skin is the same. Let's look at the small rocks around it, and guess what? Flax looks exactly like our stump from the bird's eye. They look identical. Exactly. The stump's fibers, like the fibers of the flax, has a hexagonal shape that is strictly preserved. It is geometrical the entire length of the stem, and that is as much as 384 meters. I want you to pay attention. The stump's fibers are even stricter in their proportion, as we learn from the botany textbooks. They are no different for the whole length, but are relative to each other. It is a branch of armature, hexagonal cross-section after leaving the metal rolling mill. The fibers are not attached to each other, since they freely exfoliate and fall as the stone erosion goes. Each fiber out of our stump is covered with a thin skin, exactly like fascia, a thin sheath of fibrous tissue enclosing a muscle or other organ. As you see, petrified skin contacting winds and moisture is cracking, exfoliating, and showering, and this is direct evidence that the fibers of the stump consist of at least two components placed inside each other. Fibers do not go into the ground vertically. They gradually bend to transform into the root system like every tree does. As you can see, the official story of spontaneous and accidental solidification of lava is 100% bullshit and falling apart quickly. In 1977, Hollywood made a film called Close Encounters of the Third Kind, with Devil's Tower playing the main role, where we were told 100 times that this is a mountain where we can meet aliens. But this garbage is suitable for fools only. But where were your eyes, gentlemen? Hey, biologists, geologists, paleontologists, are you here? Do you study the world in a welder mask? And now, let's find out the height of the tree, which was a stump one day. Let's use the formula that I mentioned earlier. The diameter of our stump is 300 meters at the base. So if we calculate 300 over 20, we will get the height of, are you ready? 6 kilometers, 19,685 feet. Just think about it. Everything is learned in comparison. I think we can put a big fat dot in here. Devil's Tower is a giant stump of a giant silicon tree with all the attributes of a normal stump that everybody's seen. But we should not underestimate the matrix that keeps all the cattle in the stables. I am sure that after such clear evidence, there will still be deep sleeping people who will ask for more. If you think that that's all my arguments, I want to disappoint you because I have so many trump cards up my sleeve, and I will enjoy every moment that I will throw them on the table. Well, we figured out everything about this stump. Let's move to another one. Yes? And you thought that this was the only one? You just need to remove your blinkers and you will see so much. Let me introduce to you Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Notice something familiar? Take a closer look. Again, hexagonal columns. Wow. If you did not notice the similarity to the Devil's Tower's fibers, you must be 100% blind. This is the same giant stump, but now it did not come out of the ground. This tree grew right on the sea's shore. The Giant's Causeway consists of almost 40,000 columns of such geometrical proportions that all the bees in the world would be jealous. Of course, all nerds declared it to be a national nature reserve. Like I mentioned before, as one person named Wake Up Human said, it is an apogee of the cynicism to name quarry waste as a national park. In which connection is quarry waste here? I will say later, but guess what the official science bleats about this Irish stump? Giant's Causeway is an area of about 40,000 interlocking basalt columns that result of an ancient volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruption! Please tell me how to stay calm and not erupt in a fountain of swear words in the direction of this science society. It is hard, very hard, but I will try because our enemies only want us to do it. I have only 2 questions. First of all, how many years was C.C. Campbell in a coma? And second, why do bees' honeycombs not declared as a result of an ancient volcanic eruption? Because they are not distinguishable at all. It's no less strange why street sidewalk tiles are not declared as a result of an ancient volcanic eruption. Show me a single difference, nerds. And now I'd like you to come back to our old method and compare Giant's Causeway, but this time with real lava. I want you to remind you how lava erupts and flows, and this is how it congeals. And now let's compare Devil's Tower. And now let's compare with Devil's Tower with Giant's Causeway. Oh, sorry for my French. I mean, let's compare silicon stump with silicon stump. Somebody still believes in the lava fountain? If I didn't know about giant silicon trees, I'd rather believe in a giant cream injector and a fan, but not in volcano garbage. If you think that these 2 giant silicon trees are the only thing that I can show you, then you are mistaken. There are loads of them on the planet. The funniest thing is that normal people do not realize that they are stumps. But official science realized that seriously, that they should find out how to hide these trees from people who ask too many questions, and they invented a genius name for these silicon stumps, the basalt cliffs. I want you to pay attention to these 2 pictures, where fibers hang from the ceiling. How can volcanic version explain that? Lava was dripping, but its drops did not fall to the ground. The drops stuck by their hexagonal honeycombs to the major neighbor drops, which somehow reached the ground. Look at this picture. Just an everyday photo with this girl. It's good. But the only thing she does not realize is that she's sitting near the stump of a silicon tree. All artifacts are in plain sight, but the prism of the matrix do not allow us to see 9 dolphins. There are tons of silicon stumps in the network. You can research this topic yourself. Google will help you. Let's move forward. I want to introduce to you one more hexagonal miracle of the Earth that is of silicon nature. I want to introduce you to the biggest salt lake in the world, Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia. As you can see, not everything is so simple as it is written in textbooks and shown on the Discovery Channel. Our tradition wanted to show you what Wikipedia is telling us about these hexagons. But the fibers of silicon stumps, Wikipedia is changing it a bit. About the hexagonal structure of South American Lake, it is keeping silent, like a fish, like there's none of them. But they are there, absolutely there. You won't believe it, but Wikipedia is not the only thing that's silent. After hours of research, I found nothing about this hexagonal structure. And only in one place I found a single phrase, like, "Look, how interesting this dried and cracked salt." And then I fell into a stupor. First of all, under the blazing sun's rays, every surface cracks like this. But not in hexagonal shape, like honeycombs. Secondly, cracks are deepenings between the fragments of surface, but I see elevations. And this is opposite to the cracks. It looks more like fiber fascia, like the silicon stumps one. And the third thing, why is all the salt surface in exactly a hexagonal shape? If the official story is not a sensible explanation, let me tell you my opinion. As Wake Up Human says, there are no salt lakes, just sludge settling tanks. I agree with him, but this is not the case. And here's why. I think that you've already realized that honeycomb's hexagonal shape is an attribute that belongs exclusively to living organisms. Either is the possession of a queen bee, snowflake structure, or plant's fiber. As we see with our own eyes, Salar de Uyuni is not just a giant layer of salt. It was a living being of the silicone form of life, which was scraped out by the adepts of technocracy, by their machines. Now you understand how far we are from reality? If we can't even imagine a giant tree, then how can we imagine a creature from salt, 10,000 kilometers wide? Then the height is impossible to imagine. Now you understand that 7,500 years ago, our planet was so fantastic, fabulous, and beautiful that Cameron with his avatar is a poor substitute. All that is left to us is a desert, which we have turned into a scrapyard. And what I mean by saying scraped out by their machines, well, to be short, while our society was sleeping in this matrix, working 9 to 5 hours a day, Doing useless things, dreaming useless dreams, our planet was literally being scraped out, and they are scraping it out now with their giant graders and machines. I will show you later. Well, the theoretical part is over now. It's time for the climax, and we are close to the runway. But before, we should return to our first stump and see one strange thing. I bet you did not notice. We saw many stumps, but this one is special. It has a flat surface on top, which means it was cut down. Yes, exactly, cut or sawed. And now our imagination is asking us, who cut it? For what? What did they cut it with? I will answer this question later. We will put these questions in the background because the stump that was cut is not a single one on the planet. I will tell you even more. Devil's Tower is a small one compared to the others. Boys and girls, our aircraft is ready to fly. Of course. Well, we have no course. We will fly around the planet. Fasten your seatbelts and better hold on to the handrails, because everything you will see will overturn your notion of rocks and mountains. Let's go! While we're flying, let's play a game. Find 10 differences. Though, there are only 2 differences. Material and size. These stumps are sticking out everywhere on the whole planet. There are hundreds of them. Scientists call them mesas, which means table in Spanish, because they have a flat peak, flat as a table. Well, cool, stumps. And now let's remember the beginning of our conversation. We thought we saw forests, and even walked in them. So what does it matter if they are only 30 meters high? Is there a difference? We're pleased with the one we have left. We enjoy its beauty. We are accustomed to these forests, so we don't need another. Then we discovered that the old forest was preserved in the US, which is described in fairy tales and myths, giant 100-meter sequoias. This is the picture our mind draws when we hear the words fairy forest. Let's think about the sequoias in California and the prism of matrix forces, otherwise our mind's protectors will melt, because Devil's Tower is actually a 6-kilometer high tree. But realize that Devil's Tower is a young plant compared to other trees on our planet. For example, this mountain in Cape Town in Africa is really impressive. This plateau is 3 kilometers in diameter. If we multiply 3 by 20, we will get a tree of 60 kilometers high. Do you have any clue how big its branches are? On one of the branches you could easily place a huge residential area with all the shopping malls, schools, and parks. Just imagine how huge it is. Of course, your mind will never see that this mountain in Africa is really a tree that is 10 times higher than the Devil Tower tree, 60 kilometers higher. But guess what? That's not the limit. In the work of Russian scientist and poet Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin, we can read about giant fairy oaks that was on the Bayan Island near Lokomori, and we now believe has been killed by our government. That oak was supposed to be the center of the earth and was some 100 kilometers high. Not sure how high, but for sure higher than the Cape Town one. This oak was the biggest plant on earth. Remember in the beginning I mentioned our prism of the mind that helps to preserve it but distorts reality? Ask any person to show you trees on the right photo, and he will immediately put his finger on the green on the ground. Without noticing that it's only pathetic bushes, it looks more like moss in comparison to this size. But definitely not a forest. Now you understand why we can't find 9 dolphins? But do not dwell on fish and stumps. Once again, I urge you to think in planetary sizes. If instead of dolphins and stumps, we see lovers and mountains, imagine what is hidden from us with a curtain. That is why the apocalypse is translated as curtain opening. Do you understand now why I mentioned this matrix prism in the beginning? Through which we are looking, and it turned out that we see nothing. The real world is different. I can call today's state of society a real dream, and the sad part is, it is not figurative. You know, in the Russian language, the word tree is spelled D-E-R-E-V-O, de-re-vo. The word ancient tree is spelled D-re-vo, and the word ancient trees is spelled de-re-nost. It means in Russian language, the language of the Aryans, time, when giant old trees grew. Interesting, isn't it? Well, let's put all that in our pocket and continue our flight. I think you will ask me, and maybe it's time to ask questions. Who cut down this forest? Why did they cut it? What did they use it for? No, it is too early to ask that. We know that the whole face of the planet was covered by giant vegetation. So we can ask ourselves, where did all the other forests go? The thing is that this so-called mesa are just single ones, because only the best were chosen for cutting. Whole other forests of the planet were laid down by blast waves. We reviewed only stumps with flat peaks. Does anyone remember how not cut but actually broken trees look like? I will remind you. Understand my hint? Let's play the game again. Find 10 differences. I think you understood the meaning of my words. So I want you to look at the highest stumps of our planet. They were mined like a quarry and were broke by blasts. For example, the tree Everest. Have you already guessed? There are no such things as rocks on our planet. They are all just pieces of broken stumps. You can look at millions of photos, but the only thing that you will find is corpses of our true environment. How official science explains our origin of rocks, I think you guessed too. Now you understand why we are so charmed by rock? Why are all elite properties placed between rocks? Why the most clean materials for construction are pieces of rock? Because even if they are dead, they still emit powerful energy for us, mortal carbon human beings. Stone is a bridge between silicon and carbon life forms. And now, the important thing you must learn is how to distinguish rocks from mountains. They are completely different things. Rocks consist of solid pieces of ragged stone with fragments of fibers that reach to the sky. But mountain is just a pile of loose waste, which were brought on by giant machines. It has almost perfect cone shape, like every loose structure does. Sometimes those piles have chemical wastes inside, and sometimes those wastes react with each other, and sometimes they burn, and sometimes explode. And then nerds in white coats scream that they invented a new volcano, and will immediately tell you stories from the crypt. How 200 million years ago this volcano formed those silicon stumps, and explain the origin of our streets' sidewalk tiles as a result of an ancient volcanic eruption. That is why there's no such thing as volcanoes, rocks, and mountains on our planet. You can throw out these terms from your vocabulary. Okay, let's fly further. So, from our window you saw that absolutely all the rocks on our planet are just corpses of the silicon form of life. They are all fallen trees, you want to ask? No, not all of them have hexagonal structure like the Devil's Tower. Some of these rocks have lamellar structure or spongy structure, like our mushrooms do. Like liver is different from our heart or our lung, so our ancient world was so diverse that we can't identify or even imagine lots of species. Let me introduce this theme was covered in detail by Pavel Ulyanov. His YouTube name is Wake Up Humans. He did revolutionary work in the theme of geology and bucket wheel excavations work. Let me introduce to you this giant cuttlefish, which is a Badger 288, one of the world's biggest rotor excavators. And this is how those machines work. They crawl on its wheel parallel to the quarry wall. Giant wheels with ladles scratch at rock and ground, leaving concave wall. Geologists must be hypnotized in schools while they are students, because why else would they call quarry waste miracle of nature? Like, for example, this cliff in Australia. Want to laugh? If you do not believe in the idiocy of this last stage, just Google wave rock and check the official explanation. 100% unbelievable how people buy into this. Some people will ask which stone was part of the living plant and which not. I want to tell you that at least 7,500 years ago, there were no such things as stones. Everything you find now was part of our ecosystem. But then people said they want to be gods themselves, and they screwed everything up. I want to ask you, open your minds. They live, we sleep. But they not only live, they're also killing our planet. They are doing it right now, while you are watching this. Wake up, humans. You must review all the instruction they gave you in elementary school, middle school, high school, history, geography, geology. Open your mind. I want you to look at these photos. Today we have lots of artifacts which we can't repeat because of certain conditions as the lack of technology, lack of equipment, or specialists, and which are evidence that our civilization is 200 years ago, and before that compared to us was way more developed, and today's society are just kids in the sandbox. Here are some examples. Bubbleovo Bath, 1784 to 1820. Here is what this man that was near it tells us. Sorry for my language, but they are telling us absolute bullshit. That somehow the master made it for 7 years and polished it every day like Papa Carlo. Absolute bullshit. With all my responsibility as a lathe man of 5th level, I declare that this is machine precision. Concave and convex surfaces of this bath, strictly precise, circle on the whole diameter, very accurate spherical surface in the lower part of the bath. Inside the bath on the bottom, the same super accurate concavity of the whole diameter. This product is impossible to do manually, especially to polish. I have the impression that it only yesterday got out of the machine. And the polish is like from Isaac's castle columns. It's impossible to do without high-class and high-speed polishing and grinding instruments. Next one, Alexandrian column, 1834. Weight is 600 tons, 27 meters high, granite. Impossible to do manually without turning this on a lathe machine. This column has the shape of antithesis. It's simply impossible to do manually. Third, Peru Ollantaytambo. Polygonal docking of blocks. Weight is 40 to 120 tons. The level of adjustment you can see for yourself. Blocks are aligned in 3 dimensions. Capella San Severo. Made from a single piece of marble. This is impossible to do without an advanced CNC machine. For the last 50 years, there was nothing even close to the complexity of this execution. Nothing has been done by any sculptor, even with the advanced CNC machine. Marble tombstone on the monumental cemetery Strangolano Museum in Genoa. 6. Stone bridges in Sevastopol. Each polygonal stone of the bridge is essentially a single sculpture, an example of modern work. The stone on the left. By today's standards, it is considered quite acceptable. All cities on this planet were built of stone in the antique style, with pre-designed layouts of streets, avenues, embankments, and so on. All cities had a stone bastion wall, the construction volume which is often equal to the construction volume of the whole city. Somewhere between 1780 and 1815 we experienced nuclear war, and it is likely not the first time in the world, which resulted in a nuclear winter in 1816, a year without summer. The Anglo-Saxons called it 1800 and froze to death. Here are some screenshots from Google Earth. Photos of nuclear craters in the territories such as Belarus. Such craters are easy to find. White traces around craters are broken limestone, the basic material of that time. To visualize the damage search in Google, Google Roger Fenton Crimea or James Robertson Crimea and see the pictures, and you will see the photos of these first war photographers that were sent to Crimea in 1853 after the nuclear war to take pictures of the siege of Sevastopol. Compare vegetation then and today. This is an example of a photo of Sevastopol by Fenton. Until the 18th century, houses were built entirely of limestone. For cutting were used advanced machines to make perfect parallelepipeds. Here are some photos of a house in Crimea. All houses in all cities of old USSR are covered in clay for 3 or 4 meters. All houses that are deep in the ground for 3 to 4 meters and have such good quality. It takes 200 years, and during the Soviet era, such masonry of limestone is considered to be very good. This is Eski Kermen. Illiterate guides will tell you that this is one of the cave cities of Crimea, where people lived. And when I asked about this track, I was told that this track was done by cartwheels of local nobility. And this is another so-called cave city of Crimea. And this is a modern quarry where limestone is mined. This photo is made before the revolution of 1917. You can see that from the limestone is accurately cut segments, the bottom of which runs the railway and where a house stands. And now a very important photo of Inkerman Quarry, the name Champani, made in 1890. You can clearly see cut passageways through the hill, 100 meters in width and 80 meters high. Under the vertical wall we can see small pieces of limestone and limestone crumb that fell off because of working saw machining. In the cut holes we can clearly see houses. Some of these holes are beginning of catacombs, some of which extend for hundreds of kilometers. They conducted a large-scale underground mining of limestone. In the days of the Second World War, in the catacombs were hospitals, warehouses, headquarters, and trucks freely drove in and out of these catacombs. By the way, there are ancient catacombs in any city of the world. Near Odessa, there's a catacomb that is 2,500 kilometers long. Everything they tell us, rocks, canyons, ravines, cliffs, are just nothing more than quarry wastes. And there are very old quarries over there, and many fresh ones. This is a white rock in Belogorsk, near Crimea. It is a limestone quarry. The wall was formed as a result of the cut slope of the hill. Want to see more? Look at this passage from which a huge mass of limestone was taken. They lied to you. And guess what they call it? They call it the Valley, a beautiful wonder of earth. Check this out. This is an old photo from the 19th century. The mound of the vertical walls of limestone chips are not yet overgrown with vegetation. This is an old painting from the year 1855. We can see ancient giant quarry wastes in the background. Are you impressed by the scale of mining in just little Crimea? I want to tell you more. There is no cubic meter of land, probably 100 meters deep over the entire earth, which would not have been in its time mined, milled, masticated, and discarded. It is not a planet, but a giant quarry waste pit, where in the most violent and barbaric way the entire periodic table of Mendeleev is extracted. And now, look at these photos and pay attention to the tiered structure of the quarries and mines. The rotor excavated tiered cuts are massive. It is a formed structure with right angles when viewed from above. And now I want to show you the mountains, ridges, gorges, canyons, cliffs, in almost uninhabited ways. Often they are named by the people who discovered them. Are all academics and professors of geology and other science nerds too blind to see it? Mountain on the Kola Peninsula. I do not know the name. Mountains on Antarctica that were only discovered in 1820. Antarctica. Here are even the traces of the heavy machines and equipment. Greenland. Watkins Mountains. Look at the scale of the mining. Greenland. The flight from Frankfurt to Los Angeles. Gunbjorn. The highest mountain in Greenland. 3,700 meters. No problem. Almost completely gutted. Svalbard, Norway. Aurora Borealis in the background of quarry waste. Antarctica, Transarctic Mountains. At the foot, the traces of machines are still visible. Antarctica, Transarctic Mountains. Quarry systems. Pay attention to the background. Mount Kailash, Tibet. The height is 6,638 meters. Have you ever seen in our time heavy mining equipment that's raised to such heights? Goblin Valley State Park, Utah, USA. Gloss Mountain State Park, Oklahoma, USA. Grand Canyon, Arizona, USA. It's just a giant quarry waste, gutted territory. Millions of tourists think that they are looking at a miracle of the world because they were told so. Quarry, Grand Canyon, Arizona, USA. Nowhere can we find traces of water erosion, only the shock explosive impacts on the silicon vegetation. Quarry, Rock Spitzberg. Quarry, Grand Canyon. The cut of the stone with a circular saw. Quarry in Australia, Blue Mountains. Blue Mountains from another angle. Blue Mountains, the vertical wall. Compare it with the marble quarry in the Alps. Marble mining in the Alps. Giant quarry, do not know where. This photo is offered as wallpaper on your desktop across the internet. Caprock Canyons State Park, Texas. Again, a national park created from exhausted quarry wastes in the USA. In some quarry wastes where there is a lot of moisture, people do farming. Banao Rice Terraces. Again, Banao Rice Terraces. And this is Canyon de Chelly Nation Monument, USA. The saws apparently did tunneling. The so-called Painted Hills in Oregon. Mountains Ravine, South Africa. Orange River, and mountains. Timna National Park in Israel, just a quarry. Quarry, Green Canyon in China. Flooded quarry, Charak Reservoir in Uzbekistan. Flooded quarry, another angle. As you can see, there are no natural rocks, mountains, cliffs, and gorges on this planet. You know, while people argue on the internet how flat the Earth is, like a pancake, or maybe a little concave, our masters are literally devouring our home and turning into a desert and a scrapyard. Guess what? It appears there are quarries on our planet the size of several countries. For example, in Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and Iran, there is almost no soil in these parts of the country, because a 100-meter layer of soil and all living things on it was removed. It looks like the Ural Sea and the Caspian Sea are just giant flooded quarries. Yes, all areas in the world that is painted yellow on Google Maps are the bottom of quarry wastes. Uzgurt Plateau. In the middle of the picture is a group of cars. If you fill this quarry with a layer of water 1,500 meters high, you will get an analogy of the Sea of Azov. And this is the Sea Azov, flooded old quarry. The bottom is as smooth as a table on which rotor excavators rolled. The maximum depth is 15 meters. Perhaps thorium was mined here. The edge of the Karakum Desert, the area of which is 350,000 kilometers squared. The impression is that planetary reapers worked here. In reality, quarry, for the rest of the population, Canyon Yangakala, the wonder of the world, in Turkmenistan. In reality, quarry, for the population, Plateau Tozber, Kazakhstan. USA, Monument Valley, USA. Previously, this area was several hundred meters high, up to the stumps of the silicon trees in the background. Same Monument Valley, USA. Namibia. The desert is the bottom of a quarry. Egypt. The top layer is scraped out with soil, and all living things on it, also burnt by nuclear blast. Most part of Australia is cut and scraped almost completely. No soil, only red desert left. Australia, Nigeria, desert. The conclusion is deserts are 100% artificial. They emerged as a result of long-term mining activities. Even more, you can easily safely replace the words canyons, gorges, rocks, ravines, plateaus, mountain lake, and just simple lake in your vocabulary to the words quarry, mine, flooded quarry, flooded mine. Krivobor in Russia. Krivobor in a different angle. In the middle of this island, overgrown with bushes, stood a rotary excavator. Kruitvan in Switzerland, obviously the work of a rotary excavator. Siberia, Anabari Quarry. And now look at this. This is pile of waste rock in Donbass. The height sometimes reaches 300 meters. Inside them are chemical reactions. They burn, and sometimes they even explode when they accumulate excess pressure. And more. Let me introduce to you this pile of waste called Vesuvius in Italy. 1,281 meters high. But science nerds will tell you that this is a volcano because it is burning, even once it exploded. What a story. How people buy into it is beyond me. And now let's look at the biggest pile of waste, called terracons or volcanoes. This is Terracon in Fujiyama in Japan. People, if you think that our masters lied to you, you are still sleeping. If you think that the earth is flat, you are half awakened. We are on a desert and a giant quarry that we are turning into a scrapyard. Since we can trust no one, maybe it's time we think for ourselves. Really think about what you've been told your whole life and question everything.
그대 모습을 바라본 적 있는가 부끄럽지 않은 삶인가 뜨거운 눈물 흘려본 적 언젠가 누굴 위해 살아왔는가 여긴 지금 어딘가 어릴 적 그대의 꿈들은 그저 그대가 만든 소설이었나 이젠 한번 생각해봐 그대 안에 다른 너 움츠리지 말고 너의 날개를 너의 미래를 향해 날아보는 거야 아주 작은 새의 몸짓도 이 세상 봄이 오물하게 하는데 부질없는 그대 몸짓은 그 누구에게도 느낄 수 없게 해 발을 벌려 너의 날개를 펴고 전설 속의 누군가처럼 그대의 미를 향해 월월 날아봐 그대의 미를 향해 월월 날아봐 We believe that you can fly 지목 속에 피는 그러나 꽃보다 더 향기로운데 부질 없는 그대 몸짓은 그 누구에게도 느낄 수 없게 해 그대 아직 늦지 않았어 두 팔을 벌려 너의 날개를 펴봐 전설 속의 누군가처럼 그대의 미를 향해 월월 날아봐
매트릭스는 그 생존 성립이 조건 자체로 매트릭스에 의문을 품지 않도록 전력으로 시스템을 구축한다. 특히 덧씌워져 기생하는 어둠이 매트릭스는 인간이 자신의 존재에 대한 근본적 질문이나 매트릭스를 벗어난 진리적 물음들, 즉 이 세계의 본질 자체에 어떤 의문도 가지지 않도록 거짓된 환상의 세계관과 역사, 창조적 진실을 가리는 철저한 조작 속에 인류를 진실과의 거리에서 눈물게 하며 수많은 과제와 외부적 자극 제공으로 온통 인간의 정신을 빼앗으며 인간 본연이 가진 질문을 마비시킨다. 어쩌면 그것이 우리 세상이 시스템이 온통 비진리적인 것들, 대표적인 목적들만으로 가득 찬 이유이다. 인간 존재의 수면 깊은 마취와 마비, 단지 잠에서 깨어나지 못하도록. 그것이 매트릭스 자체가 유지되기 위한 요건이며 매트릭스 속의 존재들이 잠들어 있지 않는다면 그 거대한 환상에 갇힌 세상은 계속 에너지를 얻으며 존재할 수 없기 때문이다. 라고나 할까 생각해본다. 바이 찰리 2017년 12월 3일
私たちは持て余し夜に閉じ込めているのです。それしかないの。過酷で役立つ仕事は自分の存在に疑問を抱かないためのよく聞く麻酔です。解決を先延ばしにしている間に死ぬこともできない私たちは代案が見つかるまで耐えるしかありません。それともあなたが彼の使い道を見つけてくださいますか？大発展したいのでしょう。
いつもやらないことをしてみるとか、すっごく変わってみるのはどう？
Yeah, it's very early in the morning right now. Birds are chirping. Beautiful day indeed. Folks, they're chirping. Folks, this was never, I'm sorry, I just woke up, but I had a dream, and this is something I have to share with you guys. In no other civilization, in no other time, folks, in human history, have they built and used sand this way, like this, right? Millions and billions of tons of sand are removed from the bottom of the ocean every year to make buildings, iPhones, computers, chairs, silica, plastic, you name it. It's there. Your car, glass, right? Paint. It's all made of sand. You know, they use a lot of sand. Where is all this sand coming from? The bottom of the ocean, because it's a sticky sand. The format of the grain is perfect for the cement. Sand from the desert is useless, simply useless. You can't use sand from a desert because it's refined by the wind. So, and never in human history have we used so much sand. This is part of the New World Order agenda, folks. This is what people are calling Agenda 21. This is part of the water. You know, let's fuck the water. Let's kill all the animals. Let's put fire on everything. Let's burn all the forests, right? This is on Illuminati cards, folks, and this is happening right now. But I waited all this time, you know, all these months to come forward with this, and today I had a dream that I had to talk to you guys about this. A lot of people, well, this time, folks, a lot of people asked, James, how is the world gonna end? It's not gonna end. These are the end times, folks, but it's not gonna end. It's just a restart. water, not fire, that was the first time. Right? Noah, rain, now it's fire. And it's pretty damn hot. I'm in winter time and I am using no jacket at all. It's really early in the morning. The birds are chirping. You can see the sun's pretty bright. Folks, this is really, really very awkward because James, what the fuck are you talking about, right? You wanted to know how they're doing this, right? How they're gonna make the continents flood and how they're gonna make it look like that we're having the Antarctica and the Arctic ice melting, right? This is a complete lie. It's not melting. It's not gonna melt. In some way, global warming is a lie.
Appearance of some of the islands off the coast of Indonesia, which have literally vanished.
Here it goes. Drain all the sand from the bottom of the oceans with these big, huge machines that they have for quite a while now. And they make buildings, they make stores, make computers, make everything, right? And they sell it to us. The sand is for free. It's available in the middle of the ocean in international waters. Anyone can access it. There's no fee for it, there's no tax. But when they come here and they sell it to you, they tax it. So that's double taxing for them. They win a lot of money with this.
Because of its technical efficiency and low cost, this gray matter has become so vital that it is the dominant building material around the globe.
Sur la planète, les 2/3 de ce qui est construit est en béton armé. Le béton armé, il est constitué de sable et de ciment, de 2/3 de sable. Donc on peut imaginer la quantité que représente le sable dans notre vie et notre environnement.
The quantities used are astronomical. To build an average house, it takes 200 tons of sand. For a larger building like a hospital, around 3,000 tons. Each kilometer of highway devours 30,000 tons. And to build a nuclear plant, the estimate is about 12 million tons.
So they make the mafia, they give this money to the mafia and they do whatever they want, right? So they started heating up the sun. What holds the continents is the sand in the bottom of the ocean, folks, okay? What makes the continents not shift is the sand in the bottom of the oceans. You didn't know that. It's okay. They didn't tell you that. So when they take it all away, when they finish building all those fake islands, all those huge buildings, right? Laptops and iPhones, when they take it all away, the continents are going to start shifting, but it's only possible if we are heated up. So what they're doing is HARP chemtrails, right? They're heating up the atmosphere so that the continents start moving. Now what's happening is, before all this goes down, we're going to see a lot of earthquakes and a lot of tsunamis and hurricanes, whatever. Things are going to get weird. People are going to realize the weather's not acting normal, right? It's exactly what's happening. A lot of people are relating this to Nibiru and a lot of other stuff. And I'm telling you step by step how these rich motherfuckers are doing it. And the guy, one of the people I think responsible for this is being held by the CIA right now and interrogated. They want to know exactly what their plans were. Okay? Never in human history have we used so much sand, have we taken so much sand from the bottom of the ocean. It's completely gone, folks. These animals, folks, were seen that's stranded on the beach, like whales and whatnots. These are not animals just losing their compass, their magnetic compasses, you know, or running away from oil leaks or radiation. These are animals that were in the bottom of the ocean resting, and suddenly comes a huge machine sucking all the sand, and it sucks them away. They start running away. They don't know where to go. Well, think, why would they want to shift the continents? Right? Why would they want to try to melt the ice caps? See you later.
저 먼바다 끝에 뭐가 있을까 다른 무언가 세상과는 먼 얘기 구름 위로 올라가면 보일까 천사와 나팔 부는 아이들 숲속 어디엔가 귀를 대보면 오직 내게만 작게 들려오는 목소리 꿈을 꾸는 듯이 날아가 볼까 저기 높은 곳 아무도 없는 세계 그렇게도 많던 질문과 뿐이지 못한 나의 수많은 얘기가 돌아보고 서면 언제부턴가
This documentary will be about the forgotten technique of growing stone, rock, in the same way as we cultivate plants, and mushrooms in particular. Are these footsteps left in the soft stone? Do you notice this crisp edge here? It reveals how this stone was formed. It wasn't a lava flow, it was growing from below, rising pretty much as a dough does. Is this rock glue? Initially, I started my inquiry into this field because I was looking for an answer to the question, how were the meltoliths built? The meltoliths are a curious group of structures which many consider to be intelligently made megaliths. Actually, their general appearance is definitely that of a natural stone formations, but with one small detail. Here and there are parts, tiny small parts of them, which don't look natural at all, even to geologists. After I made myself familiar with the absolutely brilliant research of Anthony Aksenov, not only the origin of the meltoliths became crystal clear, but a couple of other mysteries also got resolved, like for example the Seda stones. Sometimes they are described as defying the laws of physics. No, they don't defy any laws at all. They defy our assumptions of what those laws could be. Other mysteries for which I finally found explanation are curious formations like the Devil's Tower in Wyoming, the split rocks, which leave the impression as if they have been cut with some sort of a precision instrument, artifacts found in stone, which when put under tests shows to be millions of years old, yet look at the year of manufacturing of this coin. And last, but obviously not least, an entire chapter of the most amazing story of the creation of our planet revealed itself for me. Even though I always knew that only a supreme consciousness can fashion such an amazing world and engineer such complex structures, still the actual details of how the Earth was engineered and how the project was carried out remained somewhat misty. Now the truth about the details of how our Earth, including us, was engineered and made by the Creator is emerging again.
The earth, the air, the fire, the water, return, 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 return. The earth, the air, the fire, the water, return, 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 return. Aye, 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 aye.
The purpose of this documentary is not to convince you that some unknown aliens have come to create all the mysterious objects and structures, but to show you that the forces of nature themselves are intelligent beings, pretty much like me and you. Now let's start with relatively simple-looking species of stone. Officially they are called concretions. Although the process of formation, even of the simplest concretions, is not yet properly understood by official science, still, of course, this doesn't prevent them from confidently assuring us on TV and in textbooks that once upon a time lived a cute small snail, and then he died, and then around his house clay or other matter got stuck, accumulated, and that's how these balls formed. In reality, the concretions are much more complex creation than simply a dust which stuck to the house of the cute small snail. And it's not just the very complex internal structure. Also, they tend to kind of spill out of their form, the globular form, to the point that they kind of fill up the entire space around themselves. And we are not talking about some rare exotic examples here. These are sites which are easily to be found all over the world by dozens. And not only these stones look as if they have been made of a dough that has risen, but also at other places it looks as if dough that has not yet risen has been inserted in some sort of skeleton or mesh or grid, and the soft dough tries to preserve this shape of globular circular growth within the boundaries of the cell. Now let's see what has the official science discovered about this type of rocks.
Orbicules are found in igneous, metamorphic, and magmatic terrains, and are not restricted to unusual or limited compositions. Hypotheses of orbicule genesis include both magmatic and metamorphic origins for these rocks. However, no single hypothesis provides a general explanation. Some orbicule shells result from exchange of material between core and matrix. No correlation has been demonstrated between orbicule structure, chemical composition, or gross geologic setting. No single hypothesis provides a general explanation.
Okay, no hypothesis provides explanation. That in simple words means they have no clue. I say they don't want to have a clue. The clue is right in front of their eyes, but they don't want to see it because then it will become evident that many other of the so-called proven laws of nature that they have been telling us fairy tales about were simply wrong assumptions. I'm just trying to be polite. Actually, most of them were intentional lies. And as far as these interesting stones that I've been showing you, They're alive and they grow. And the proof of that are not only the countless similarities between the looks of the stones and various species from the plant kingdom, but also we have living example of species of stone, and these are the Trovant stones of Romania. Just look at them. What is the difference between them and the other stones that I've been showing you so far? There is no difference at all, just the Trovants are fast growing. The other stones might be simply growing slower, or they might have reached maturity. Maybe some different type of yeast, so to say, has been used in the case of the stones which appear not to grow. Appear doesn't mean they don't really grow, but maybe we simply can't notice it or don't want to notice it. So what is the mainstream explanation for the Trovant stones, or the TV explanation? Well, they're made of some special thing inside that is so dense that when you water it, it expands. But this concretion thinks that this is calm explanation because the Trovants reproduce as well. In a couple of years, small pieces of them fall apart, and then those babies continue to grow and become adult Trovants themselves. In a certain mountain region of China, they also have rocks which produce flower-like blossoms, also made out of rock. Locals say that the flowers last about 2 years. Actually, the very idea that a lot of the rocks around us have grown pretty much like plants shouldn't be even surprising to anybody, for the simple reason that rocks consist of minerals, and minerals, they grow. In just a couple of days, anybody can grow absolutely beautiful and amazing minerals at home, and all one needs are basic substances which are very easy to find and get. Not only minerals grow, but just have a look in what kind of shapes do they grow. The very same shapes of the stones I've been showing you previously. Actually, after all this, it would be strange if the stones didn't grow, and not that I'm suggesting that they grow. Sometimes even mainstream sources refer to certain minerals as being alive. This is a marine creature, yet another candidate for a living stone. A couple of minutes ago, I used a rising doe as a comparison. And it seems that's exactly how entire hills and mountains were grown. Do you notice how certain segments fermented, so to say, much better? This cannot be a result of, let's say, a lava flow, because if that was the case, then the bulges would follow the flow of lava, while here we can clearly see that they are connected with the grid and not with an imaginary flow of lava. looks as if the more fragile or maybe even soft substance was supported by a stronger mesh or grid. We don't know yet which came first, or did they grow together? And here is your hill, it's ready.
Here, the mixture didn't rise well. Or another possible scenario is that it eroded to expose the grid.
Just notice how the mini loaves of bread are rising, while they retain the sides, the sharp, crisp edges that they had before they came out of the mold or the grid. I think on this spot they might have put a little bit too much yeast.
And again, compare with the minerals which use the same support structure to grow. And this is stone art in the real sense of the word. But a growing substance that rises supported by a grid wasn't the only option. There also grow rocks, stone, mountains, as mushrooms. As the cluster of mushrooms used to multiply, eventually they would fill up the full space. This is the famous Cappadocium. Officially, it is considered that these protrusions, mushroom-like protrusions, are just results of ordinary erosion. Namely, the cap that survived kind of protected the layers below. And that's why the layers below didn't get carried away by the elements as everything else around in that layer. That is the official version. But if you take a look at this portion of the photograph, you will see how the mushrooms emerge with their mushroom shape already clearly visible as the erosion advances on the slope. Although eventually everything was overgrown, still the stems remained stronger and continued standing, having of course a higher density.
And as you look at the examples of mushroom stones that I'm gonna show you, don't disregard them just because, hey, not everything that looks similar is the same. Remember that not only the huge stone mushrooms look like the mushrooms in the forest, but also the minerals. They grow following exactly this very same pattern. All the minerals that you see are not shaped in this way by a jeweler. They grow in this form naturally. And the rocks are not only closely related to the minerals, they consist of minerals. Sometimes even the terms are used interchangeably. And now, keeping in mind everything you saw till now, have a new look at the Seda stones. Some people also call them balancing rocks. Well, actually, many and probably most of them are simply mushroom-like grown stones. And why they don't fall off? Well, for the same reason that the caps of the mushrooms in the forest don't fall from their stems. The heavy top part of the stone mushrooms could be supported by the so-called maybe stone fibers, or I'm not sure how to call them, which connect, that grow from the stem and go in the upper part of the mushroom. That could be the case with some of them. Yet others, which have their top part completely physically disconnected from the stem, they could be still supported by the energy grid on which the stone was cultivated. But it is possible that not all Sedas are stone mushrooms. Some of them could be supported by magical spell or somebody's strong wish. These terms again can be used interchangeably here. Choose the one that better resonates with you. But even if magical spells were used to create the support for a given Seda, still, in practical terms, at the end, the job would be carried out by creating a supporting energy structure, again in the form of some sort of grid, similar to the one which the original engineers of the stone mushroom colonies used. Now, I've been showing you lots of parallels between the structure of various stones which were grown and the structure of various plants. Now I would like to point your attention to how Wikipedia explains these structural patterns. It labels them conveniently as a product of self-organization. And immediately they suggest something poetic to you, spontaneous. Wow. And now I want to show you something super cool and spontaneous. Did you know that if you put metal and plastic scrap in your washing machine and some salty water and rotate it long enough, eventually the scrap will self-organize itself into a beautiful smartphone with all the softwares already installed on it? And what's the proof that this can happen? The proof are the assurances of the penguins that the first living cell on Earth organized itself in the primeval salty soup. Of course, the penguins have tried many times experimenting to create even a single living cell and always failed. But still they swear up and down it is possible. You simply haven't tried long enough. Not only the cell phone will self-organize itself in the washing machine, but even much more is possible, because even a single living cell is a much more complex system than a smartphone. And as far as real science, not the one preached on TV and in the schools, science based on what can be observed, till date, only intelligent conscious beings have been observed to be capable of designing and putting together complex systems.
Only conscious beings can design complex systems.
Only conscious beings can design complex systems. The shameless lie that complex systems can organize themselves just like that, spontaneously, is a pivotal cornerstone of the belief system of the deceived modern man. It was very important for them to make the sheeple oblivious, unable to recognize the patterns which our benevolent Creator used in his matrix. In this way, they could install and impose another matrix, the matrix of evil, which does not overwrite the original matrix of goodness, but it simply feeds on it. It is a parasitic way of existence, and that's why all kinds of parasitic social structures sprout, as they say, spontaneously in our society. Actually, it is not spontaneous again, it simply replicates the patterns of the parasitic grid in which humanity collectively has decided to participate. And how exactly did they manage to introduce amongst the people this very important cornerstone lie that I mentioned? They did it with the help of very thick books which the common man can't understand due to the difficult terminology. And all that is described in these thick books are various experiments and mental speculations about how could have the primordial soup self-organized itself into these complex systems that we observe. Countless miles-long so-called scientific works are devoted on the question what kind of conditions were at that time so that they could have allowed or facilitated this self-organization. In this way, they waste people's time and energy into such useless topics instead of telling them straightforwardly. We have tried many times the experiment of placing the perfect ingredients in the most favorable and friendly environment and conditions, and they have never organized themselves even at the slightest to produce even a single living and growing cell.
Only conscious beings can design complex systems.
Only conscious beings can design complex systems. And that is why we see the intelligent watermark of our Creator on all levels. On the level that we can perceive directly, the stones were grown and they have grid and patterns of growth. And on macro level, on planetary level, again we see designs which are not spontaneous, as they call them. For example, the landscape below North America is very similar to that below South America. The full picture with the small islands, the straight line, everything. And now on the topic of split rocks. Certainly, some of them are divided in a way that doesn't have a natural feel to it. But that is only if we have a wrong concept of the nature of the stones as being alive and growing. For example, this is certainly a mushroom rock. We see the stems. And now see the split rocks from another perspective. The Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Certainly the most impressive example of the numerous stone structures of this type which are to be found all over the globe. So officially we are told that this is solidified lava. So has it been actually observed that the molten lava can form such structures, or they just assume that it might be able to do so and then sell it to us as if it is some sort of a proven fact? Because I think that the Devil's Tower actually grew like most other stones. And the grounds for that are the observations of how minerals grow. And the minerals, they are not just relatives of the rocks, they are not even brothers, they are the parents of the rocks. Don't you find it very obvious that since your parents grew from small children to adults, you would do the same? Now and then, during past life regressions, people remember previous lives of their souls in which they were minerals or rocks. And sometimes in those states of trance, they will find information on who and why grew the stones that we now call mountains or deposits. For example, this is how somebody who remembered his previous life as a rock described the human race from his perspective. For him, the human life was as a blink, as a short spark of light. The various civilizations which were coming and going from the face of the earth appeared also very transient to him, like lightnings. He would notice them for a moment and then they are gone. And as far as who was coordinating all this growing of the rock on our planet, well, of course, on a global level, that was a work of the planetary scale, nature spirits or nature gods. But on a more local level, it would be various keepers of the human race, or maybe somebody would call them local deities, or somebody else may find the term alien engineers more appropriate, and in some cases even humans who were smart enough to be able to directly handle the subtle matrix of the original creator and manifest from it gross three-dimensional objects. Such people also participated in the creation of the rocks on Earth. For example, here we see ruins of the rock-cut cities, and in the vicinity this really looks like footprints in the soft, before I would say mud, but now I understand that soft young stone would be more appropriate. Do you also notice the typical bulging here, how the stone dough was rising? So I've been on 3 expeditions myself, and always this type of ruins were the main object of study, together with the vehicle tracks which are related to them. And it is now for the first time after I read the research of Anthony Aksenov that I can make some sense of it all. The footprints we saw earlier were in Turkey, and this is from the Italy expedition. At least at 2 places there were similar tracks inside the Via Cavas. They most definitely resembled the pathway for a rather large human. And again, it definitely looked like the stone was somewhat soft when this track was made. Maybe the stone hasn't matured yet at that point. According to the source, which channeled information in trance, the rock-cut cities of Goreme and Cappadocia were constructed, so to say, by people who learned how to live together with the living stones. Maybe we could say that they domesticated the stones. Now, do you notice the white layer on the top of the rock-cut ruins? This is not snow. It looks as if somebody covered the ruins with some sort of foam. The same source explained that this was put together on the top, materialized, manifested from the ether by the keepers of the time, the keepers of the human civilizations. Later on, when these dwellings were no longer needed, he said they actually archived them because an entirely different civilizations were about to come and populate the earth, and they would need a different type of environment, stage, for the theaters of their lives. And so this covering protective layer of archiving was manifested from the subtle energies of the universe within a matter of hours, days, or a week, according to this source.
The concept of stone softening, as a possible way the ancient megaliths were built, is well known. So instead of always looking for a recipe or techniques which could have softened the stone, how about considering that it could have been manipulated while it was still soft, freshly grown, so to say? Or, most likely, first the grid was set in place, and then the stone was maturing by itself in the given shape. But this is only a hypothesis for now, and even if it is true, it will certainly apply only for some megaliths. But as far as the structures that we've been calling meltaliths, those are surely rocks which have been grown.
If you now watch again my couple of videos on the meltaliths, just turn off the sound and only watch the images, and you will see, usually at every meltalith site, multiple signs that we are talking about rock that has been grown, cultivated. Now, why exactly will be different for each and every case? Some of them could be indeed old ruins, I'm talking about the meltaliths. Others could be simply rock, part of the skin of Mother Earth. And it will look that it has intelligent design, because everything has intelligent design anyway. At other locations where the rock creations, the rock structures look pretty crazy, those could be rock nurseries or kind of rock laboratories, testing places. And yet other category of meltaliths could be simply rock which has been grown with the idea to be harvested subsequently by mining. Much more about this particular point there will be in my next video. For example, here we have very regularly looking plates on the shore, and then the lake is also suspiciously regularly shaped with multiple right angles. And this is what we observe always with the meltaliths. Multiple unnatural features clustered together, like a type of stone which is alien to the area, then at places it looks molten, and then the cubes are very regular, and then the stones would display strange patterns, and all this is clustered together. Up until very recently, it looked hopeless for me to find explanation of all this taken together, although some features of the meltaliths could have natural explanation, but only taken separately. And now, with this new information from Anthony, everything falls in place, everything. And what is this? Some sort of stone glue? Nothing can surprise me anymore. And finally, when did we lose this knowledge? When did we forget how to grow and farm stones, rocks? I don't know the answer for now, but here are some relatively recent statues. And if they have been made using this technique of growing stones, the answer is very, very recently. It's not clear for now if that's the exact technique they used here, but still I'm showing you the photographs for your own consideration. Now let's pay a visit to the goblins. Mushrooms everywhere. Now look at this particular mushroom here. At this point, it is still, so to say, built in the wall, in the solid rock, which has not yet eroded. And yet, it is a fully recognizable mushroom. Stone mushroom structure, and all those other mushrooms on the right side, they have this form not because the bedrock eroded in some funny fashion, but because they looked like this always, even before the softer feeling around them got washed away, or in some cases there might have been no solid filling around the mushrooms as well. And here again, look at the bedrock, at the background, fully recognizable mushrooms. And here they have even dots on their heads, really like the plant mushrooms in the forest. But the actual reason for which I brought you here at the place of the goblins is because I want you to see how this colony of mushrooms looks on macro level. So even on macro level, it looks like a plant, like something living. Usually in such cases, the geologists start telling us stories that, you see, there was once upon a time a big spill of something liquid which solidified in this fashion. Really, did it spill indeed? What was it? I see no source of such liquid whatsoever.
So now, with this new information about how lots of the rock on Earth is formed, many of the mysteries, so-called mysteries, get solved. Like objects which look recent are found inside rocks. And when you test them in the laboratory, show the ages of millions of years.
Actually, the modern geology knows very little about stone. Here is a petrified lake in a pretty much modern shoe, cowboy boot. Now, how much of the stone on Earth was cultivated and how much of it has other origin?
Geologists have defined 3 environments in which rocks form. 1. Igneous. Igneous rocks form as molten rock cools and solidifies. 2 sub-environments are distinguished. A. Underground, magma, and B. On the surface, lava. Number 2. Sedimentary. Sedimentary rocks form as grains of sediment are attached to each other by a cement or by the interlocking of grains. And 3. Metamorphic. Metamorphic rocks form as pre-existing rocks respond to a radical change in environment, most commonly an increase in temperature, pressure, and or an infusion of hot mineralized fluids. Fact or fiction? It's important to note that in general, these rock-forming processes and the environments in which they take place cannot be observed. Solidification of magma, most changes in temperature and pressure sufficient to cause metamorphism, and most processes that attach sediment grains to one another occur out of sight beneath the Earth's surface. They are, therefore, not observed facts, but hypothesis that geologists in the 18th and 19th centuries constructed to explain features of rocks that they examined. Exceptions include the eruption and cooling of lava to form rock, the transformation of snow to ice, and the formation of salt rock in evaporating saline lakes, such as the Dead Sea or the Great Salt Lake, all of which can be observed. Gradually, these hypotheses gained acceptance and became elevated to the status of theories. Today, they are accepted by all geologists. Our task is to examine the basis for this belief.
So when we put together all the information on cultivating rocks and the information gathered by the geologists, it turns out that probably most or all metamorphic rocks were grown, cultivated, and same would apply for some or all underground igneous rocks, as it was illustrated with the example of the Devil's Tower, and some, definitely not all, but some sedimentary rocks could have been also misunderstood by the modern geologists and could have been grown as well. Here is an example. So they're showing us photos like this and telling us, you see, this was bottom of a lake or ocean once upon a time, and as the sediments turned into stone, that's how all this was formed. Looks good, but only so far. But if we have a look of how the layers are stacked, then questions arise. Okay, this process that they're telling us of the body of water, the bottom of a body of water turning into stone, is a very lengthy process. So it means that for each and every layer displaying these particular patterns, there has been a separate process of forming it in such way, which also, by the way, implies that the given body of water dried out. So what? Did we have like 40 lakes appearing one after another and then disappearing at very, very regular intervals of time to form all these layers? And there are quite few of these layers. On this image we see part of the structure that is still standing. It's made of these very same plates. And again, the stories that we are told of how the bottom of a body of water can turn into stone supposedly take ages and are not something that can happen within a season. Other unexplained structures, like the Eye of Sahara, may also find their explanation along the lines of the new information that we have about the cultivation of stone. The famous, mysterious, and again unexplained Potomsky crater also clearly exhibits the features of growing rock. And just look what kind of structures metals tend to form naturally. I think they begin to give us hints about their actual origin, which is probably very similar to that of the stones. concept of growing our building materials is barely a new one. Discoveries have been made many years ago already. But of course, mass implementation of these discoveries will definitely not take place while we continue to live in the parasitic paradigm. These are one of the many inventions which will not reach most of the common people. It will not be allowed just because it will make our lives much easier. And then people will have time to think, and they will have the ability to come out of the hamster wheel of being obliged to work like a donkey all your life if you wish to be part of the modern society. People don't even realize that it is exactly this fear that keeps them anchored in their slavery. Actually, if we want our society to return to normal, most of us will be losing our jobs, and this will be a good sign because most of the work will be done in a much more efficient way. We have already all the discoveries that we need. We have the star batteries that I have discussed in earlier videos. That means very, very cheap and almost free energy as much as we wish. We also have solar cars. The commercial models should have been manufactured already many years ago, but of course magically it didn't happen. Even the hybrid bike here in Japan, which is electric but also uses the power of magnets and uses minimal fuel. Also, the company which started manufacturing it somehow disappeared as well. And so people are back to the hamster wheel. Why? Because the television, the tell-lie vision, convinces them every minute that having a job equals leading a better life. The better life will come when most of us don't have jobs. And this is a good illustration of another pivotal and cornerstone lie that the mass media has implanted in the society. We are not to blame. The truth is, we are the only ones to blame. It is very much a matter of personal choice. Do we decide to reside in the paradigm, in the matrix of the benevolent creator, or in the matrix of the parasites? It is essential for the parasitic forces to convince us that we don't have any choice but to stick to them just to remain alive. And it is not at all by chance that the visionary magical plans used by our forefathers, who were free by the way, are now by chance mistakenly put in the same category as harmful drugs, which also exist, and thus the visionary plant teachers are declared illegal. It is not by chance that they offer decades of time in prison for those who use the visionary plants. That is indeed an extreme danger to the parasitic paradigm, the parasitic matrix, because the visionary plant teachers directly clean the malevolent software programs from the people who come in touch with them. The malevolent software programs installed in us, in our psyche, by the mass media and the society infected by this mass media. And keeping us blind about so many things is a prime tool used by these parasitic, malevolent pieces of software. And we have reached such a deep bottom of ignorance that the so-called scientists, glorified on TV and so on, usually will tell you much less about the true matrix of the creator and how things are than certain artists who from their hearts will feel better the benevolent matrix of the Creator and will recognize its patterns. As our desire to know more and experience how does it feel to live in the matrix of the Creator grows, proportionally to that, the grip of the parasitic paradigm will get weaker.
거울 속의 그대 모습을 바라본 적 있는가?
Wake up.
부끄럽지 않은 삶인가?
Now.
뜨거운 눈물 흘려 본 적 언젠가? 누굴 위해 살아왔는가? 여긴 지금 어딘가? 어릴 적 그대의 꿈들은 그저 그대가 만든 소설이었나? 이젠 한번 생각해봐. 그대 안에 다른 너 움츠리지 말고 너의 날개를 너의 미래를 향해 날아보는 거야. 아주 작은 새의 몸짓도 이 세상 봄이 온물에게 하는데 부질없는 그대 몸짓은 그 누구에게도 느낄 수 없게 해. 그대 아직 늦지 않았어.